Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I can basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life, still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest, because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know as nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. Still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge, and it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's simply from Hasidism forward that that's a real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I've just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Congregation Tchia about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I've reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to the, I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah in some ways was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying ... It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Israel-Palestine, this for a few months next year. I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world was marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai Tzvi was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat Tzvi and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize, oh, this is just, gold gilding, they abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period, returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since then have been relatively conservative, which is to say we don't see major developments outside of Luria and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant post-Luria and Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary and footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, big schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, Marrakesh, was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago, that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities at Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years, easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education, so the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbati business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could, that one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. As I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969, when the last adherent of that school died, which is amazing how long the school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois and Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the old Quartus Baron system, which I prefer. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, no, not probably, it's the most important movement in Judaism, probably in the past 300 years. Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. The whole song, the Nicodemus that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that is meant to find the divine in the everyday. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rabbi having written. The Quran says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Nachman of Breslov having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you. You and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine, because the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of bitul, of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, and they said they're singing, they're talking, they're having theological debates, that the Rebbe's could understand the Segelsprach, and that the Segelsprach allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis of the birds, which I always found beautiful, like sitting in the forest, listening to the birds rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all hear the birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal world. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's a deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life and to cleave to God. The Vegas is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this is at some level by cultivating a relationship with kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes there are tzaddikim, tzaddukim. There are these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They are intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. They still do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe. And the chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe chassid relationship that Hasidism really grows up into becoming the sort of core life spirituality that it is today. We'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger, especially with the Chabad movement, which I forgot to mention much in the later slide, which I'll need to talk about that in a little bit as well. But we'll see how that develops. So, as we started last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus, which he discovered and invented at the same time as Leibniz. There's a bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also he basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know them now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai Tzvi converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. That's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, I could play chess with somebody on Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pipe, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbat business was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France, and in North America, and in England, and Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experimental science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so we begin to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects there's a God separate from nature. It's just nature. And nature is God and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers, the philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. And if you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This is incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and in many ways things like that. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. And of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with him later, but made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea that you can protect under the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, not in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God. Who knows how they figure these things out? And they believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the Maskilim, of the Enlightenment folks, because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, and for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stay behind in the shtetl and you stay in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this. and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, ultra Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers, inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. If you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, or the Lippish world, or you drifted off into the secular world. You tried to make a go at either becoming assimilated, or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French and the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like the Haredi people were protected when the first Panthers rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. And the world becomes polarized, becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or the Shabbat event or whatever pogroms would stop the Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is the time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, I'm sure many folks I've had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just singing songs and being happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov, probably one of the most famous rabbis of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential tormenting experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy and extreme sorrow he's capable of feeling. And ultimately, he's going to give rise to the neo-Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap with Nanach written on it, and they listen to techno music and dance around. They're generally, I don't know what's right, pious to a fault. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Rav called Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I was looking over some of it today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books. It's an enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a Rabbi or a spiritual teacher begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy. And this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that is a little updated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Masila Yasharim, which is also just really, really great to read, and also you can get it in English too. And these books, both these books have gone to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. They still people. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derech Hashem and Masila Yasharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi of this period. At some level, he's probably the most important rabbi of this period. And so, very, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the Lurianic system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts where they're just going through and trying to list things, describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. The way of translating it is beyond me. But it's the Sefer Kanaim. Sefer Kanaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. The demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world. And it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in the Sefer Kanaim, which is a fabulous thing. You can read it online for free. Of course, you can read it in Hebrew. There's a translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. It's going to go in theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing in the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of, apocalyptic in its narrative and in its way it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So, make that more clear, but I'm trying to point away. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, even I say even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world. Folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, soap opera, basically. You'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism as Shulam, the evil people. What's called Shulam, the evil people. And so this is the thing that developed early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rav Kook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the 80 War that in a big way you get religious Zionism where you recognize it now. I think it's a relatively minority movement as well. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I must have not bumped this slide up. But anyway, the last thing I wanted to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happens in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival will take place. And so the Hermetic Kabbalah all is out there, and it was very popular because a whole big world of people whose spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of correspondence that's typically referred to as the So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the things that, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy, double down, being traditional. The other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago, too, is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult. I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate the way we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was the really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated you because they thought that you was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding amongst you. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level of the game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th and 20th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? At the full on of Lutheranism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, the organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you need to walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides, no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible is being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say that German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than has been produced 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Bible around. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaftlichen movement. And Raza, I'm going to beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaftlichen movement, scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, the Talmud. They focused their element, they focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, and we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paragonological? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft movement do? Ignored it. Basically pretended it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaft movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment to be put back into the darkness of the Middle Ages, because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Judaism. We believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaft movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, to put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Authority movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaft movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movements. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you've never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made decisions not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Yes, head's shaking. No. Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine, Talmud sidelined, then surely Zohar is going to be sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was banned. It organized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens at this time is in the mid-20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They're payas. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them, killing them, putting them on these cattle cars was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Roz would be obviously the better expert of this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust just because they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously forbidden to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to their Rabbi. They also didn't want to individually leave. Right? They were shy to this threat. And so if the Rabbi didn't leave, they didn't. And lastly, right, the party. When the Einsatz group had moved in, they're there. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rebbe. And it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk Einsatz group to do the deed, to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Chas v'shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe. Especially Hungary was especially badly hit. I think 1 in 4 Satmar were killed or something like that. In the Holocaust, it's just a devastating, apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are the Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe. It's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. And it was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews meant the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and European Jewry was a very important center of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust deeply and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the 2 largest groups, Satmar would eventually, like the Satmar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out even before the war, in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasty in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. Go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there in Brooklyn. You folks know this, right? That Israel is just a borough of Brooklyn. So the real Holy Land is over there, just around going out. So the rebound, folks. The rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust. We have the Haskalah. We have the Wissenschaftliches Judentum. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. He studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. He read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in the history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So Sholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Sholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft, right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone to be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieber. Probably one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS. Basically invented modern sort of some quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieber. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced as JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, as something we used to do, it's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be a Calvinist. That's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle, and in many ways he was wrong. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Idel and Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Idel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars who believes in Dahi Weiss and all kinds of stuff. Running Burroughs is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, it's part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism by Rabbi. And he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it, although Rabbi wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lurianic themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah into Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that he took, I think, 10 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is a both introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of the crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic, which is basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's in fact I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel, Calvinism. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes a very important, I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out was Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that, well, he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So he's never been to a Chabad house because Rabbi sent someone to pick one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Mendel Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one thing that's worth mentioning here that's important, that will be important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially in Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a so I have, so anyway, the Menachem Mendel Schneerson was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically it was kind of a clue, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has a yellow with a crown, and it says Mashiach, Messiah. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement, because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in the movement, is that largely the kind of people that the messianic
Louis, how are you?
Hi.
Excellent. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, have you got a way of recording this?
I am recording, but I don't have a way to record on my phone.
Okay. So you're Rabbi Rothschild.
That's correct.
Right, and where are you based?
I'm based out of Irvine, California.
California.
Correct.
Under the irresponsible leadership of Gavin Newsom.
Some may say that.
What do you think?
Oh, I do my best to not get political, but I know that his term is up this year, and from there, hopefully, he takes some time off and
Yeah,
maybe
I think
just.
he's gonna try and run.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. Have you got a way to record this in safe and silence? I think it's a bit of a mind thing.
Well, like I said, not on my phone. Do you normally run podcasts?
Not really, no. I've only ever done it in person.
Oh, okay. All right. Um, so let me see how we could do this. Can you screen record on your phone?
Annoyingly, no. Can you?
I don't have the space necessarily for the file. Okay, but that's all right. We can figure out something. Let's see. Well, first and foremost, let's get to know each other a little bit. And as I say that, maybe I can get a file over to you, or we could figure it out. Okay, so what kind of podcast do you have? May I ask?
Okay, so the first one was simply me doing a version of Family Business by Kanye West. one was a conversation with me and my friend James Weir and my friend Rabbi.
Can you repeat that?
When I recorded a conversation about Iran and all sorts of things with my friend James Weir and Rabbi.
Yes.
And then after that, I had a conversation with Alex. So got soccer over in the States, right? Are you a soccer fan?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay, so when I was younger, a footballer from a team, so in my town of Bristol, where I am, I'm in the southwest of England.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I met up with him. He's called Clinton Ellis. He's a lovely fella. And we had a conversation about football and things like that. And then,
Okay, so this will be your fourth podcast?
this will be the 13th.
Oh, 13th. Okay, excellent. So you've done quite a few of them. All right.
Yeah, and the most recent one is me and my friend Matt Watts talking about tennis.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Yeah, because I was. You were in Harry Potter shirt.
Yeah. Do you know about the cryptocurrency Harry Potter Obama Sonic Taninu?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. They sponsor all my merchandise and such, and that's why I have this shirt on. But yeah, it's the name of the cryptocurrency. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Apologies, I'm just getting my lighting set up, and then yeah, that's okay. We'll I'll figure out a way. There's a way in Zoom. Do you have just the standard Zoom plan? If you do, that's okay. Um, I can. I'm live streaming. Let me see if I can send you a link to restream. Do you mind if I tell you a little bit about myself? Excellent, thank you. So yes, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. So it's very similar to that. Essentially, I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which is a really big deal. It's an emerging um, emerging type of technology known as continuous human data infrastructure and also continuous human activity data. So basically, studying a human from all aspects, eating, sleeping, behavior, I think will be of extreme benefit. Perhaps not just to AI in the future, but to generations. It's basically like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. Uh, and yeah, that would be correct. Absolutely. Um, Okay, so as for the recording option, I think I can send you a link and you can join. Uh, and so just one moment, and I'm gonna get that situated. So I appreciate your patience. Um, so yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. And like essentially I'm live on not just one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. So I have over I have 2,900 people in my Discord. Of those individuals, we have um, people who live with me in the Discord as well. I don't know, do you use Discord at all?
Occasionally, only when it was early AI.
Okay.
I was typing in code into this to do things like send prompts to make images.
Absolutely. Okay.
Also, I have a friend who's very well connected. He's called Rob, and he's writing a book on Harry Potter.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
About J.K. Rowling's connections with symbolism and what's the word? Metal. What's the magical metal thing? Alchemy.
Alchemy, certainly. Okay.
Yeah, the connections, how she's formulated the whole structure inside her head. taking those. He's travelled all around England trying to find locations that provide the individual places.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so I am going to. Can I send you a link via email?
Yeah. And you
Okay.
think this will be one that will be safe for it?
Yeah, yeah. It's also live streaming on YouTube as well. Um, so you'll be able to just get the link from there to be able to upload. If I may ask, where do you normally publish your podcast?
Like in video form, I haven't got it connected to Apple Podcasts yet. I'm not sure how to do that. Have you got that out yet?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can help you with all that.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So do you have your podcast on Spotify?
No, I don't.
Okay. Um, have you thought of doing it?
I have music on Spotify, but no podcast yet.
Okay. So there is something called Podcast Creator, which is a different app than Spotify.
Okay.
And you basically just download it, and then
Right.
you can directly um, you can directly record there, and it will publish, and then it multi-publishes. So it will publish to iHeart Media. It will publish to Apple. It will publish to Amazon. It will, and then of course to Spotify as well. So you don't have to do the individual uploading to everything, and that just makes it really convenient. Okay, so your name is Louis, is that correct?
Louis.
Louis. Apologies, Louis. Okay, Louis, I just sent you a link to my restream, and I'm currently streaming as I previously said. So let's see if this works. I've not used it using these settings, but hopefully it will work. I'm live streaming on everything else. So,
Okay.
and then
So
I'm
once this over, do you generally have that file saved, and then you can send me the file? Is that how it works?
it will be live on YouTube. So I can just send you that link and you can download it from YouTube. If you don't know how to do that, I can help you with that.
I know there's ways to download for free.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's how I do it. I do that all the time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Excellent. Um.
Okay. So shall I get back? I'll start that link up now.
Um. Yeah. Let's try that. If it doesn't work, just can you leave this? Can you keep this call going at the same time?
I don't know. I'll tell you a bit about myself,
Yeah.
and then
Please do.
just go into it.
Okay.
I think we should probably start talking in natural way of doing it, and so we can just learn about each other on the fly.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'm a writer in Bristol. I generally I'm writing. I've read screenplays, books. I had several books on Amazon at one point. I'm unpublished. I've written one article for Area magazine that I got paid for a few years ago.
Okay.
That was called In Defense of Halal. Because it was drawing parallels between the way some meat is treated badly in this country and things like that, and then it just the parallels between kosher and halal as well.
Oh, interesting.
But I'm more interested. I'm extremely concerned about the issue of Islamization post the Ayatollah.
Okay.
Because the Green Party over here are doing very much what Zoran Mamdani is doing in New York, which is getting everything wrong about. Because I'm not sure. I'm generally a little bit more lenient on Israel than a lot of people in the West.
Okay.
Now, I'm a big critic of someone called Rabbi Shmuley.
Rabbi Shmuley Gotev.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Noel Finkelstein. I think he's a charlatan, really.
Okay. You're not alone.
And I am a little bit concerned about Benjamin Netanyahu, but I wouldn't call the Hamas situation a genocide. I think that is Hamas propaganda.
Okay.
But I'm willing to learn on this stuff all the time.
Most certainly.
But yeah, but really, I'm halfway to being something else. I could probably try comedy and comedy writing. I love writing comedy, and I'm a musician as well. So when I say my podcast goes, I make a little video, which is usually just one image, and then I post it on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok.
That's phenomenal.
And LinkedIn.
Oh, excellent. And how long are your podcasts usually?
Between 45 minutes to an hour, and then sometimes there's 8 minutes of just a small little chat after the pub.
Oh, okay, excellent. And uh, and you've done 13 of them. And if you're wondering what am I doing, I'm just restarting my stream so that if anything happens during our conversation, we have backups and backups of the backups. You know how that is.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that's
Okay,
great.
should we try this up a link now and get the ball rolling?
If you don't mind, maybe give me another 3 minutes or so. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent. So you were saying your podcast is usually somewhat international relations based. Is that correct?
Not yet. The closest thing is my friend Ruben is from Arizona.
Okay.
So he gives the American perspective when I need him, and it's refreshing. I do have three people who are affiliated. So there's three hopeful guests over in America. They're based in New York. So are you familiar with the Opie and Anthony show?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So do you remember Dr. Steve?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we follow each other on there now. And if you might have heard of a comedian called Stacey Prossman.
Vaguely.
She is quite close friends with a comedian. Is a bit of a weird guy called Mike Boschetti.
Okay.
And then obviously you're familiar with the Howard Stern show.
Absolutely.
If you remember the Rev Bob Levy.
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Yeah, so those three are all on my radar, and they've all said they'll do something like this as long as the time's right.
Oh, phenomenal! So you're getting some pretty big guests.
The idea is to scale this up pretty quickly. So yeah, the first real one isn't really in the name, but he did play for Bristol Rovers. He was a professional player at one point. He does know people in the game. And I've just got this kind of incredible memory for basically picking people who were slightly above my pay grade. I got a good taste for characters, if you know what I mean. And it succeeds some of the time, and then when it does succeed, I hold on to the opportunities and go for it.
Excellent. And do you play soccer yourself?
Sorry?
Do you play soccer or football? Do you play football yourself?
Not really. I'm more of a tennis guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you had mentioned that. So, I take it Wimbledon is a big deal.
Well, I'm writing a book at the moment called The Open, which is about two freaks of nature who just dominate the sport for a season. And it's more about how Wimbledon survived them rather than the other way around.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, is this a fiction or non-fiction book?
It's a base fiction.
Okay, excellent.
But I'm setting it in a hyper energized real world. A couple of years later than now. But John McEnroe's still alive, so the larger than life tennis figures are going to be in there.
Excellent.
But I'll probably weed out the more milk toast ones.
Sure. What are your thoughts?
And invent other slightly more characterized. But yeah, the concept of this idea is that one is if you imagine that The Rock was an amazing tennis player.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then imagine. So do you remember Federer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Roger Federer.
If you make him a foot taller and skinnier, and just a third better,
Oh.
That's how good this other guy is.
Okay, so he's basically better than anybody who's ever played, and just a physical phenom.
And then one is an absolute athlete at the peak of his powers who happens to be the greatest tennis player of all time. And then the other one happens to be a prodigy tennis player who is a machine, he's a beast. He could be a heavyweight boxer, he could be an MMA guy. He's chosen to go into tennis.
Okay, very interesting.
He can smoke cigars just before going on. That's one of those guys. So basically, favorite.
Okay, very interesting. And what got you into fiction writing, if I may ask?
Well, my first memory, I always tell the story. I always have liked doing it. But once my friend paid me £10 to do his coursework for him secretly.
Okay.
And I really loved it. It was a little. We had to do I think it was a Philip Marlowe, like a film noir kind of thing.
Sure.
And so I did my own. I didn't get a very big score. teacher wants to see me in a bit, and then he's just like, don't tell her, you know, like, we'll get away with it. So then he came out smiling, and I said, what are you smiling about? We got caught. Really? Just good. No, mate, they told me I should be a writer.
Oh, no way.
So, yeah, I always remember that story.
What a beautiful and inspirational story coming out of something so stressful.
Yeah. So that was the first time I just kind of went, oh, maybe there's something in this.
Okay, excellent. So, do you want to be, like, well, as they say, what is the question? What do you want to be when you grow up?
The dream is to be a published author, but I just write in my spare time. I'm trying to get a proper job at the moment to get some money in. Yeah. So,
Absolutely. As an author?
but a normal one. But in the meantime, I'm keeping this all going because I'm talking to you. I think sometimes I'm alright.
Oh, you absolutely are. And let me tell you, your strategy is really great. I see you all over Twitter, just doing exactly what you're doing. I call it ambush podcasting. Basically, you just go to someone's reply, say, "Hey, I've got a podcast. Would you like to be on it?" And then you see who connects with you, right?
Yeah, if you don't ask, you don't get. But you don't want to hard sell this. A nice little polite message and things is usually can be okay.
I agree with you, and I think that the way that you've done it has been very polite. Okay, excellent. All right, so let's try this if you don't mind. Go to the link that I sent you,
Okay.
and basically the video that I started like 12 minutes ago. So if anything, you would just when you download it on your end, you just cut it at 12 minutes in. But okay, we're gonna formally start. So no pressure. We'll get it all arranged. And I appreciate your openness to do this. I think it can be mutually beneficial. I'm doing another podcast later today, one in Australia. I've been doing the podcast circuit. Um, I did one last week with the same person in Australia, and I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about the future. So perhaps some of our discussions.
I know my Ray Kurzweil.
You know who?
My Ray Kurzweil.
Your maker as well?
Ray Kurzweil.
Oh, you know Ray Kurzweil. Oh, excellent. Very well.
I know about him. The singularity.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Okay, so this link didn't let me use the camera, so let me just try one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have Discord?
No, stop using camera. It says camera access not granted. Your backstage, the host may add you to the podcast anytime you're ready.
Absolutely. Okay, so I can do that once I potentially see you as a guest. Oh, okay, I see you. Just one moment. So I think that are you on your phone doing this?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why you don't have access is because you are using your camera right now to talk with me. So we're gonna not quite yet. Um, okay, and we're gonna bring you in, and I don't know exactly. I guess, just bear with me as I try to figure this out myself. We'll get it though, as they say. And I'm gonna close. Okay. Okay. I brought you in. Can you see yourself on the screen?
I saw a flash. I can see my name.
Okay. You can see your name.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see you.
Okay, I can't see you.
Okay. So I'll tell you what. Um, I will Yeah, we'll leave this one, but if anything, keep the phone close in case we have to go back and reconnect or something. Okay.
I'm leaving the red stream.
Oh, no, stay in the restream. No, stay in the restream. You're
Okay, I'm leaving the Zoom one.
okay. Excellent, and I'll see you in restream.
Okay, cool, done. Right.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me or hear me? Louis? Okay, now I can hear you. Louis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay, your camera is reversed, so the the people of the world can see here.
There I am. Right, cool.
Absolutely. Okay. So let me just get situated a little bit. Okay. All right. Let me just for our Zoom call, I'm going to end the meeting here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So before we start, if there's anything you need or whatever, you let me know, and you'll be able to just take the um, the raw file and edit it in any way you want. Before we start, let me just check to make sure that we're recording. That's always a good thing to check. I should say.
I can't see you, is that normal?
Oh no, you should be able to see me.
Oh, I can't. I can see myself.
Okay. Are you on a computer?
No.
Okay, you're on a phone. I want it so that you can see me. So,
I can see discord.me/rabbi.
yes, click that little. Is there like a little slider?
No. Oh, hang on.
Okay, you just turned yours off.
Yeah. It's back on now.
Okay, is there one by my name?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I want you to be able to, of course, see me as well. So, we'll figure this out. If you would, you're on a browser?
Safari.
Okay, yeah, browser. All right. Um, okay, I will. I'll try with a different. I'll do what you're doing, so I'll be like an extra guest, and I will see. I'll see what you're seeing.
Okay. I am just checking this to believe in America.
Just bear with me. It's a setting up the stage for you, accessing your camera. I guess I might have dual cameras. That's fine. Okay, join us. So you press the thing that says join as a guest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies if we're getting um, feedback. Just a moment. Let's see how we could turn this off. Well, isn't this not cool? Okay. So now I'm kind of getting to see what you're seeing. I think I see Rabbi 2 backstage. Okay, so I have to accept myself uh, as a just like you, and then I'm gonna have a chance to see what you're seeing, and we will get this worked out. Okay, so you see me now? Excellent. Okay. That's right. Okay. So I'm gonna leave with this other device. If I may ask, does one of them say discord.me/rabbi and the other says rabbi 2? Okay. But they have different names. One of them says discord.me/rabbi and the other says rabbi 2. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's live on YouTube right now. Okay. Um, can you still see me? Okay, excellent. So you can see me now. And with that being said, you want to. Oh, it's beautiful. Palatial, my friend. Okay, so would you like to start?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you get comfortable and then you introduce this like it's one of your podcasts because it certainly will be. And before we start, let's just say if there's anything you get interrupted or anything, you want anything cut out, you have my permission to cut it out, and I would like the same. If it, and But yeah, all my stuff is live and I'm raw all the time, all my footage, so shouldn't have an issue with that. Okay, and then let me.
So, please welcome. This is episode 13 of No Hot Ashes. My guest today is Rabbi Rothschild from California.
That's right. It's a pleasure to be with you today, Louis.
Yeah, you too. So, as my guest, would you like to tell me a little bit about this project of yours?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. It's a privilege to be here and a privilege to have your audience here today. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm, in my own way, king of the internet. I have archived more data than any person in global history, and that's important because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, which may make me a very influential person someday. If and when that happens, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, your audience, all financially independent if they're not already. I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. And I'd like them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, because I know I've heard a couple of things about the. Are you an Ashkenazi?
I am.
Yeah, so you got more Nobel prizes per capita than any other community in the world.
That's correct.
Is it Alfred Nobel? More Jewish people were involved in the creation of the Manhattan Project.
That's true. Oppenheimer, Edward Teller, and such. Yeah.
And a lot of them were wrongly accused of being affiliated with the Communist Party.
Many.
And also, I believe it's also been said there's some people who are pro-Semites, and I know, for example, Christopher Hitchens had a sort of instinct that he had a kinship with the Jewish people, and then it was only after his very late in his life he discovered his mother was Jewish. And I remember a conversation with Martin Amis and Christopher Hitchens. Martin.
I can't hear you as well. Did you cover the microphone? I can't hear you. Can you perhaps repeat that? Are you covering the microphone?
I think so.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Maybe it's just a signal part. Okay. No, it was just a little story about Kingsley Amis, father of Martin. And apparently he just used to say the word yid and Martin didn't like it.
It happens.
Yeah.
I do my best to have an open mind to people of all backgrounds. And I personally am a futurist. I like to talk about things about the future, more things that unite us, less that divides us. Do you mind if I mention some of the topics that I enjoy addressing?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. So, aside from making everyone in the audience perhaps wealthier than they could have ever imagined based on data, I want to help the world. And I want to do that through the platform that this stream offers me. I'm not live on just one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live at any given time from on more than 20 different YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You can watch my life 365 days of the year. I have been doing this for more than 4 years. So, back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. And with the platform this gives me, I'd like to advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, we're back. Excellent. So I'd like to advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's actually the one that I'm wearing the merchandise right now. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 ENU. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that the community does is build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Specifically, we've built water towers in rural villages in Nigeria. I'd like to keep those types of excellent advocacy and programs going in a larger way. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about things from a futurist perspective, things like perhaps anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, perhaps one day interstellar travel. I like to talk about mega projects, a Bering Strait tunnel, perhaps, bridging the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap, pardon me. Perhaps expanding the channel, the English Channel, so that more traffic can make the journey. I want to be someone who is seen by the world as a big idea individual. I know I can't accomplish all of these goals myself, but they're things that I find interesting. I talk about things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I, in my own way, am perhaps the world's leading trailblazer in some cutting edge types of technology. One is known as HDI, it's continuous human data infrastructure. Another is CHAD, which is continuous human activity data. Uh, Essentially, the idea of being able to watch an individual for long periods of time and learn about aging, behavior, eating habits, sleeping habits, every aspect of the human body. And I think it's a really exciting project for people to be able to not just observe what I do, but also hear the conversations that I have with people just like you every single day and how we can better the earth.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because so you seem to know a little bit about your your comedy shows and things. So do you remember Dr. Michio Kaku,
Yeah, absolutely.
Science of Star Trek?
Yes.
Did you ever see that show?
Science of Star Trek.
Yeah.
I've seen him in documentaries and such, specifically the universe. I've heard his interviews.
The reason I got in touch with Dr. Steve is that they famously don't get on the Opium show. So that's the only reason I mentioned him.
Very interesting. Well, these are many of the.
Yeah, they just didn't like the way he tended to dumb things down when he was talking to them. But apart from that, no, I'm a big fan of Michio.
It depends on the audience. So if I heard you correctly, the Science of Star Trek, correct?
Yeah, it's when they were trying to make lightsabers for real and things like that.
Absolutely, and that's a lot of the technology that I discussed. Things like replicators, which is directly from Star Trek. These are also known as Santa Claus machines. For the audience out there, imagine a 3D printer that instead of using plastic, it can use any element in the periodic table to be able to create anything that you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, and I think there's a book by David Deutsch called Guns, Germs and Steel, or maybe that's Richard Pearl or something. There's someone, the father of Daniel Pearl. I think that's Richard Pearl. You know, the guy who was beheaded.
Yes, absolutely, the New York Times reporter, and I'm familiar with that book.
Is it Guns, Germs and Steel?
Yes, if you're discussing the exploration of Western colonizers in the New World.
Yeah, and like physics and the limits of physics, but I think one of these guys just said technically, if we crack physics, anything is possible.
That's absolutely correct.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. That's absolutely right, Louis. And I'm an advocate of that. I feel like there are people out there who may say that much of what I discuss seems like science fiction. I mean, many of these ideas have been discussed in science fiction media, but I want to help bridge the gap between science fiction and science fact. At one time, when people would talk about brain computer interfaces, that seemed like far off technology. But at the beginning of this decade, we had the first successful brain computer interface, Neuralink, in a gentleman known as Nolan Aspro, approximation on his pronunciation of his name. He's a quadriplegic man who can now play video games better than you or I can, and perhaps maybe anyone on Earth. He basically has an auto aimer in his head. And the goal is to perhaps be able to create some kind of transmitter. I think at this time it might be Bluetooth, but perhaps some other type of signal in the future to be able to bridge the gap between the separation in his spinal cavity or his spinal column, so that signals can be sent to the lower part of his body, and perhaps one day he may be able to have use of his hands again, maybe perhaps, God willing, use of his legs. That to me,
if they get a load of stem cells in him, that might help.
absolutely. And that type of technology 30 years ago seemed like science fiction. Brain computer interface sounded like science fiction. Something like Neuralink sounded like science fiction. We're starting to bridge those things. CRISPR technology, if you're familiar and your audience is familiar with CRISPR technology, seemed like science fiction 20, 30 years ago.
If we could have made Oscar Pistorius have some real legs, maybe he wouldn't end up killing his wife or his girlfriend.
There may perhaps have been alternatives, certainly that may have existed, and we are at the precipice of something really special. I like to discuss other things that are on the we are on the horizon. One is known as de-extinction. I don't know if your audience is familiar, but the de-extinction, many people think this is like Jurassic Park kind of technology. We're a little ways off from that kind of technology, but essentially it is, in layman's terms, perhaps, or layperson's terms, being able to create a somewhat hybrid version of a once extinct species. So many people don't know, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following
So
the
this is sorry, just to give people a little bit of a pop culture weigh in on this one. It's the bullfrogs being used in the Jurassic Park to they ended up breeding because they mixed them with toads and is it bullfrogs in Jurassic Park that they used to fill in the gaps in the DNA?
I believe it was something like that. Additionally,
yeah.
mosquito and
Alan Grant picks up the thing and he just tells them and he gives them a little speech about that. Yeah.
absolutely, and then some mosquito and amber related as well. This type of technology, and following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, scientists want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, which went extinct. Perhaps the last one I believe in captivity was in the 1920s, followed by the dodo bird, which went extinct around the 1600s or so. I think these are fascinating topics that really we're not talking enough about, I feel, and are really exciting.
Condors or something like that. Condors were dying, and then someone brought a couple of those back.
So the California condor, if that's what you're referencing, during the 1990s was on the verge, or around then, was on the verge of extinction, but has had quite a resurgence as well. Not specifically, to my knowledge, through de-extinction technology, but just through conservation efforts, which I'm certainly an advocate of. I feel that perhaps we did a lot of damage to the earth during the Industrial Revolution, and perhaps with many of the advancements that we've made in science and technology, we may be able to reverse some of those effects. Other things that I like to talk about that may be of interest to your audience are things like perhaps life extension technology. Most people in your audience, when they were born, the average life expectancy for them was probably about age 80, perhaps. I'd like to increase that, or give them the resources to be able to increase that and make these types of technologies more affordable. Things like oxygen therapy, hyperbaric chambers, things like perhaps. We talked earlier, stem cells, perhaps human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, some types of
maybe sensory deprivation part. thing for the mind.
Absolutely, we could certainly include that. And
Sorry, tanks.
tanks, yeah, absolutely. Sensory deprivation tanks. I don't know if you or your listeners have ever been in one. They're amazing. If you've ever had the experience, I have. They're amazing. Essentially, you float on very sa- saline based or salt based water. You almost feel absolutely weightless. It's a very dark chamber. The water is tepid. It's the same temperature basically as your body, around 98.6 degrees.
It's
And
the Dead Sea. It's your own little miniaturized, personalized Dead Sea.
that's exactly right. And you can let your mind escape. It's almost, in its own way, a very meditative trance that you can almost go in because generally there is no light. You can't feel anything. You can't hear anything. And it's quite an amazing process. It really makes you have different feelings or different understandings of time. And also, what your body's the types of deep consciousness and deep focus your body can perhaps be in. Uh, Additionally, I talk about things like certainly cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps blood transfusions of your own blood, things like red light therapy and testosterone replacement therapy for both men and women. These are all really exciting life extension technology.
HRT for women.
Yeah. But both men and women can benefit from these types of technologies, and I want to, if possible, extend or expand the average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually, at 120 or so, many people in the audience, you as well, may say, Rabbi, back in 2026, a lot of what you discussed sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is where I feel it gets really interesting and really exciting for those of you out there who want. This is with your consent. Everything that I talk about, I feel should be with your own consent. Consent's very important to me. And so I'm an advocate of my body, my choice, and I don't feel anything should be forced upon you. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want you to know.
There's a Johnny Depp film about that, wasn't it? Where he uploaded himself to the conscious.
I believe so. Yes, and this is a common narrative within a lot of science fiction movies. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Louis, and your audience is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality, which is an extremely exciting opportunity. We are essentially the last generation, or maybe perhaps the first generation, that may be able to either avoid death or extend life to the point where we may be able to live indefinitely. And I just think this is a really exciting future.
A real life afterlife.
That's absolutely correct. And from there, many people say, well, I don't want to live forever. And no one's forcing you to. Many people with whom I interact on a daily basis say, I want to just live my normal life and die whenever I want to die. And I feel that should be allowed. I am. I want this technology to be used with people's consent. However, there are those of us, and perhaps we've been termed transhumanists, people who want to extend life, if possible, for as long as possible. And for those of us who may have the ability to do so, we would like to maybe be able to reverse age and extend our current life in whatever bodies we have for as long as possible. And then perhaps, if needed, might use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. And for your audience out there that may wonder what this is like, it's essentially like a save point in a video game, for lack of a better analogy, where you could essentially upload your consciousness into a computer system, and then if anything ever happened to you, God forbid, you were in deep space exploration or whatever, we'd be able to get that save point back. And perhaps there might be some way that you wouldn't need to do manual saves, that there could be some kind of automatic saving system perhaps in the future.
Yeah.
That's all for generations to come
like
to be able to
Grand Theft
decide.
Auto saves it for you.
Absolutely. And then for those people out there who want to live for not just hundreds of years, not just thousands of years, but perhaps millions and maybe even billions of years, if they'd like, at any point, they should be granted the option if they want to just stop and be able to end it all, or come back with their memories erased, and or just not come back at all. I want to give people rights. I think that's really important.
Yeah.
I think it's a
And for
really
these,
go ahead.
yeah, and for these poor souls that are born in the wrong body, the gender dysphoria,
Yeah. So
they have the ability to have very effective non-invasive surgery. Just get it done very quickly.
that's absolutely
And they,
correct. And so for those of you out there who are LGBTQ plus, I consider myself to be plus. Whatever that is, we don't really know what that is, but that means that I may want to experiment in the future to be whatever I want to be. If I live
yeah,
10 million years as a man, I might one day want to live as a woman. If I spend
yeah,
10 million years as a human, I might want to be a different type of species someday. I don't want to limit
yeah,
myself to anything. So in addition to being an LGBT plus LGBTQ plus ally, and perhaps consider my own self non-binary, or wanting to perhaps, if I want to be a woman in the future, maybe not in this lifetime, but maybe in a future lifetime, or perhaps in this
you might
lifetime
be
if I continue to live for a
you might
very
be a
long
tree
time.
frog with your brain for a day.
Pardon me?
A tree frog with your brain.
That's exactly right. And who knows what scientists will be able
Something like that.
to perhaps develop in the future, and what kinds of technology. So these are some of the topics that I discuss on my stream. I've been doing this now for more than 4 years, from more than 20 different YouTube streams. For anyone out there who wants to view my YouTube streams, who finds this really interesting, you can find me on YouTube 24 hours a day by typing my name. I'm Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and make sure you filter by live, because I have so much content. It's an absolute sea of 12-hour videos that I basically have. You want to filter by live, and you'll be able to watch my life in 360 degrees.
Okay.
Additionally,
This is how I'll find, and I'll find this video there.
yeah, I'll also send you a link so that you don't have to.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So that you don't have to delve through all of those. But additionally, for your audience who wants to find out more about what I do, go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name, just like who I am. And you'll be able to find more social media of any individual than you've ever found. I have blogs there. I have tens of thousands of different accounts on TikTok and Kick and Blue Sky and Pinterest and certainly Snapchat, and of course YouTube and Instagram and Twitch. I have more social media than anybody would ever want.
Facebook, everything.
Absolutely. It's all there. Linktree.com.
Oh yeah, we connected through X, didn't we?
We did connect through X. Yeah. So X is a great place to be able to find me as well. All my links are in my link tree. So just go there, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to join my Discord, I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. And so the best link, you can find that in my link tree as well, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can also find it at discord.me/Rabbi. And that will give you a link directly to my Discord. We have thousands of people who are members there. It's free. Everything I talk about is free. There's no charge for any of this. If you want to connect with me and you want to talk about futurology, I'm here for you. If you want to connect with me and you want to talk about Judaism, I'm here to talk about it. If you want to connect with me and talk about Kabbalah, I'm here to talk about it with you. If you want to connect with me and talk about history or science, or you're just having a relationship issue and you want someone with whom to speak, I'm here for you. I'm here to support not just my community, but anybody else who hears my voice who wants help. I'm here to be a helper in this world. I'm here to be a teacher in this world. I'm here to be a leader in this world.
Okay, can I ask? I'll get one plug in for your audience. This is for my own benefit. I'm 1% majority on Substack. That's £50 a year. You get all my essays that I'll write every year. So that's that out of the way. Now, can I ask you, what do you think Madonna's attraction to the Kabbalah was?
Absolutely. So this is something that came about in the late '90s or so, along with some other celebrities, including Britney Spears and others. Um, and it was based out of the Kabbalah Center in Beverly Hills on Robinson. Basically, there is a movement in major cities around the world for people of all backgrounds, not just of the Jewish faith, but all backgrounds to be able to study Jewish mysticism. And Madonna, I believe, had basically taken the invitation, perhaps, of some of her colleagues who were interested in studying Jewish mysticism and studied at the Kabbalah Center in West Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, and was able to have, I think, it had a major impact on her. As I understand, she avoids having concerts on Friday nights, which is our Shabbat, and perhaps has worn the red string that's associated with the Kabbalah Center, and other celebrities were affected by this as
Probably
well.
cut out pork as well, I imagine.
I don't know her dietary habits specifically, but I do know that she does an excellent job doing her best to keep in shape. And I personally think that any person who wants to enlighten themselves, there are ways to do it. Don't doesn't have to be religiously or philosophically. Just stretching, meditating. Those are really great ways that you can really transform your own life. And for anyone out there who is looking to become more connected to Kabbalah, I teach a Kabbalah class every day. So I've taught over 100 of them consecutively. They're available on my different YouTube streams. And they're all at least an hour, sometimes multiple hours a day. And we cover everything from ancient Kabbalah to medieval Kabbalah. We cover modern Kabbalah. And then I also give it some other Jewish and halakhic Jewish law flavor, um, and some Yiddish in there, certainly some Hebrew in there. And it's a great starting place for people who don't have a huge background in Kabbalah. And I have intentions to do this for the rest of my life. I think it'd be great to have a really nice compendium of at least 1 hour per day of just my teaching. Sometimes we watch documentaries on Kabbalah of other teachers if I find that they are prudent, and just do our best to do as much deep dives into Jewish mysticism as possible. And really, I think in general, just my streams are about self improvement, improving yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, behaviorally. I want you and everybody else out there who hears my voice to have a better life. And if there's anything that I can do to help that or aid that, I want to be here. So, anyone who wants to connect with me, come to my Discord. I'd love to meet you. Come check out my link tree, linktree.com/, Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all my links there. It's just a really interesting project that I know I've undergone, and I'm not alone. There are other people who I've met who stream their life on YouTube. Not for as many days. I've never met anybody really even close to what I've done. But there are people out there who do have what I call not just a live stream, but a life stream where they just stream their whole life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, California, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. It's easiest for me to stream generally from a desktop stream because of connectivity. But when I go viral, I want to travel the world, helping people, connecting with people, improving the world in any way that I can.
Yeah, yeah. So, can I, yeah, we can talk a bit. So, are you a religious Jew?
I am.
Okay, because there's another thing. Christopher Hitchens floated this idea that he thinks a lot of Jews maybe have the gene for atheism because a lot of Jews tend to be unbelievers.
Oh, absolutely. There's
So,
a
for
perhaps
example, of like you Woody Allen.
Most certainly.
And
Perhaps
that's
as
Larry David.
absolutely secular Judaism is a major movement in the world. It's really at the foundation of the Zionist movement. Many of the early Zionists in the 19th century, so 1800s, were found themselves frustrated with religion and moved more in that political movement. I personally am about world peace. I want everyone to get along, so I do my best to avoid politics to the best of my ability.
Right.
I am certainly
So,
someone who is a social justice activist. I want good for all individuals in the world, but certainly secular Judaism for many people, and specifically within uh, Judaism, has been a big movement. And based on statistics, as many as about half of all people, of all Jews, have some type of non belief to some extent. Even Israel is a secular country. The majority of people there, of course, they may identify as Jewish, but do they believe every single thing that you're supposed to believe as an Orthodox Jew? Perhaps that may be in question, but I, as a rabbi, want to connect people with science and certainly religion and see that they may not be all that separate and move forward in what unites us as not just Jews, but as people in general. I look at it this way: at least the Western religions, so we're talking Judaism, Christianity, Islam, we all are Abrahamic religions. And so, really, we're all basically branches of the same Father. And perhaps the branches may have separated at different times, but we all have the same source. And then,
yeah.
even from there, the other major religions of the world, certainly Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism and
Yes. But can you
Confucianism.
see the bookshelf up there?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so that yellow one on the top shelf. Hold on. Is that angled right? Can you see that yellow one?
Um, yeah, I see a yellow, a little yellow, yeah.
Yeah, that little yellow, that's the Portable Atheist, and that's got loads of essays in there, and compiled by Christopher Hitchens. And that's got essays from Karl Marx and things like that.
Very well.
Yeah.
And for those who are hearing this, Christopher Hitchens certainly had an amazing effect on the world. Richard Dawkins, I feel, another an evolutionary biologist, had a major impact on the world. And I don't necessarily see that these types of belief systems have to necessarily be separate. And if we were all being honest, Christopher Hitchens, the Rebbe of Chabad, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, an Orthodox sage, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, the Chafetz Chaim, the Vilna Gaon, all the great rabbis, all the great secularists, if we sat them at one big table and we really were being honest, none of us know. We're all agnostic in our own way. No one knows anything. Now, it's a difficult thing to prove. We're just doing what we were taught to do, perhaps what our traditions are. When I teach my classes, I generally do my best at the beginning of them all to say no one knows for sure. Elu ve'elu, Elohim Chaim. But I do my best to say that this is the Mazor we live by. And Elu ve'elu divrei Elohim Chaim is something that I feel is important to be able to recognize. This is the Mazor that we live by. This is the tradition that we live by as Jews, but no one really knows.
No. No. And just hope I get a quick agreement from you. This the most poisonous conspiracy theory of all time is the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
I would say that it is certainly a controversial subject, and I'm about uniting the world. I'm about peace, and I do my best to avoid some of these alternative thoughts. And
Yeah. No, I tend to look in. This is forced upon me by the people I listen to, so I just know this stuff. I read a book called Voodoo Histories by David Aronovich, and it was just all about conspiracy theories, and He nailed that one. It's a fabrication. So anyway, let's not go there. But yeah. So can I ask you what do you go to escape when you're just sat in front of the TV with wanting to watch something? Do you like watching Seinfeld?
I do. I love Seinfeld. I'm a huge Seinfeld head, as the kids say. I love Seinfeld. I loved it in the '90s. I loved it in the noughts. I loved it in the teens, and I love it in the '20s. I'm certain I've seen them all. I'm in the
Did you
Seinfeld
follow Larry David over to Curb?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's great, right?
100%. 100%. I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits. I love the Seinfeld memes. I see Seinfeld as a I see the world through perhaps ways that show shaped my views on the world in many ways. I love Seinfeld. Um, it is near and dear to me. So I do like Seinfeld. I like stand-up comedy a lot. I like comedy in general. I like comedians. I feel it's important to laugh. It's important for the world to be able to not take itself too seriously. So I very much enjoy watching stand-up comedy. That's what I like to do in my free time. Additionally, I like to play games. So everything from chess and checkers and even card games. I enjoy playing. I love the social aspect of the internet, where two people on different continents can be able to connect, able to have intriguing conversations, be able to share, and just that's a really special part, I feel, of the time in which we are living. And so I am at home in my own comfort when I'm basically relaxing, able to play games or read on a subject that's interesting to me, and I have a podcast on in the background or comedy on in the background. I, that's basically something that makes me very happy. I love to learn, so I'm someone who might have multiple podcasts on at the same simultaneously, because I just feel that I'm not fulfilled with one enough, or whatever it may be. I love to learn. I love to read. I love intriguing ideas, and really, with the advent of AI, I feel that it's giving humans, maybe people who wouldn't previously have delved into writing, an opportunity to be able to express themselves. I think it's an excellent tool if used correctly. I know that I've used it myself constantly. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. So I started the stream in 2021. So I actually have like pre large language models about an entire year, more than an entire year of my life on camera archived. And then from there, ChatGPT launched on November 30th or so, 2022, and then I've been able to see the different changes that have happened with the world, with certainly the advent of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, and then its competitors, Claude and Gemini and Copilot, and certainly Grok and all of the others, and how it has affected our society, how it's affected certainly the internet and just people's jobs. I remember when I would first talk to people about ChatGPT, uh, they they didn't think it was that going to have that big of an effect, and then they'd come back to me subsequently and be like, "Oh boy, was I wrong." This is a game changer, and it most certainly is. In the same way that the internet was a game changer, and television was a game changer, and radio was a game changer, AI is the coming technology that has already changed the world and will continue to do so.
Yeah, and to have this conversation now with no delay as well, that's progress.
It's phenomenal. I think we're on the cusp of something really interesting, especially when we get into virtual reality and augmented reality and all of the ways that people will be able to connect with haptic suits and haptic feedback. We are just on the precipice of something really special, and I'm excited at where the world's going. There are a lot of people who are negative on the future, and if you're hearing my voice, I'm someone who's positive about it. I think that the future can be bright, and I don't have a dystopian idea of the future. Many people feel like we may be living in 1984 of George Orwell. Well, very few people know this, but there's a 1985, not written by George Orwell, but there is a 1985 which has a different take on things, and perhaps the future isn't so bleak. And for those of us who may have a positive mindset in the future, perhaps there may be some type of utopian opportunity. And I do my best to maintain positivity. I know from my own perspective, if I keep streaming, I keep the consistency every single day, meeting new people, having my community grow. It's just going to take one influencer out there, and it could be anyone who's listening right now who sees what I do, sees that I have more data archived than any person ever, and data is Earth's number one resource according to The Economist magazine, and I could potentially make them richer than they'd ever their wildest dreams. All they have to do is retweet something that I do, or repost something that I do, or talk to a friend of theirs that's an influencer. So if you're hearing my voice right now and you know someone who may potentially have a large influence, specifically on social media, but even in real life as well, tell them about what I do. Look into what I'm doing. Connect with me, because all I need is that catalyst, and we are going to take over the world with this project. And then it's going to be a treasure trove of all of the different things that I created on the internet. I've treated the internet like it's my canvas, and I have more content than any person ever. It's going to be very exciting for people to be able to enjoy it. There are a lot of people out there who think that the internet is full of bots or full of AI. I'm real. I'm raw. My data is raw. And I feel that's going to be really important to people of the future. Anybody can do a short form video, perhaps AI generated. Anybody can do that. Not everybody has themselves sneezing on camera, going to the bathroom on camera, bathing, eating, crying, laughing, all the things that a human does. And I feel this is a beautiful story to be able to tell the world, and I appreciate, Louis, the opportunity to share it with your audience.
Cool, no worries. Yeah, and some ideas need to go more viral, like the idea of effective altruism, for example.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, if more people, because if I suddenly was on a wage of 50 grand a year or something, I would definitely channel some of that to a charity, and I would research where the right charities to go for.
I'm in agreement with you. Many people ask me, so Rabbi, you say you're going to make us rich. How are you going to do it? And if I may just include, I do say data is Earth's number one resource, and my data isn't monetized right now. We're going to take all of the money that I create from all of my different streams, and we're going to create a large trust. Basically, not just to help everyone who's helped me along the way. You're all recorded in one way or another if you've joined my Discord or we're friends on Instagram or whatever it may be. And what we're going to do is we're going to help you, your friends, your family with that money from all of the data that I am able to monetize. Additionally, I am going to be able to monetize all of my social media, my thousands of accounts, all of the content that I have there. Moreover, I'm going to be able to be perhaps the world's biggest spokesperson, just like I am for this cryptocurrency. I'll be able to essentially wear an F1 suit with different opportunities for people to be able to sponsor me and watch me 24 hours a day. This is an opportunity unlike any previously from a marketing perspective. Nobody will say, I will wear your brand all the time like I do. Absolutely. And then another way we'll be able to do it perhaps is through cryptocurrency and other investments, because I'm the foremost spokesperson of cryptocurrency in many ways. I feel that I have a beautiful archive of the crypto journey, specifically on Twitter, but also on things like Pump Fun and or X and other places, and Telegram. I've been live streaming my life in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram for years. I have been more than years of my life archived on X. I have years of my life archived on YouTube and Rumble and Instagram. It would take one individual more than 100 years to watch just a fraction of my streams. That's how much data we're talking about here. We're not talking gigabytes, we're not talking terabytes, we're talking petabytes. And that's a really exciting opportunity, not just for your average individual.
What's the about a billion? Is that a billion bytes?
It's 1,000 terabytes.
So a million.
Well, so it is a gigabyte is or
a terabyte is 100 bytes, right?
No. It works on a thousand scale. So you have byte, and then from there you have kilobyte. That's 1,000 bytes. Then you have megabyte, which is 1,000 kilobytes. Then you have a gigabyte, which is 1,000 megabytes. Then you have a terabyte, which is 1,000 gigabytes, and then you have a petabyte, which is 1,000 terabytes. And so that is a huge amount of data. Now, it's more than any one individual will be able to basically absorb on their own. But that's where AI comes into place. We're going to be able to make AI over the course of my day. I can already do this. Take a 12-hour video of mine, put it into a generator, and it'll come up with the best 3 minutes of whatever I did over the course of that day. People will be able to get digests of what I do. But then for those people out there who always want to connect with someone, I'm always here. I'm always available. You can connect with me. And a very cool aspect of this, especially when I travel the world, God willing, people are going to always have something to do. Imagine any of your favorite influencers out there. At a given point, they always say, "All right, bye, everyone." I don't. I'm always streaming. I am the king of content. I'm king of the internet. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people, for one person to share their entire life with the world. And it's my gift to the world. I do so because I've sacrificed many aspects of my life to be able to have this project. And I feel that the world will be a better place in the future if we have the opportunity to be able to study all this data. And the role that I have in AI is incredibly important. I mentioned it previously, the continuous human data infrastructure and continuous human activity data is an exciting amount of data for AI to be able to parse, to be able to digest, to be able to learn not just about behavior, but micro behavior, micro actions. And we're just looking at this from a two-dimensional standpoint. Very soon, two dimensions will be increased to HD and then 3 dimensions, and people will be able to essentially live my life virtually if they want. And then there are other aspects that may be able to happen in the future where you're able to remove different layers of my clothing with augmented reality, perhaps layers of my skin, actually see what's going on in my brain, maybe even know the exact thoughts that I'm discussing right now. You might be able to somehow, with some kind of futuristic technology, be able to study. That is an incredible opportunity for the world. So this is the start, I feel, of something really great. I've been doing it for 4 years, so it doesn't seem like it's just the start, but I know I am on the edge of something really great. And it's just going to take one person to check out what I do, recognize that it is just an incredible, incredible amount of data, and that this is something really special, and it's going to change the world.
You want to tweet? You want to retweet from Lady Gaga with her playing Edge of Glory?
That's absolutely right. Lady Gaga, when you see this, I have many, many songs of yours that we have on the stream. I have many videos that I've made. Every single person who is essentially a big artist is on my stream, whether it's from TikTok videos, whether it's from karaoke, whether it's from bumper music, everyone out there. So there isn't really an aspect of the human of media or just of humans in general that my stream hasn't had some type of connection. I've done my best to watch all of the major films, especially the Oscar nominees and winners going back to the 1920s. Listen to every major album, listen to every major audiobook and every major religious text. I want this to be the compilation of the world's media. This isn't and just not just media, but achievements. This isn't just the story of Rabbi Rothschild. This isn't just the story of the history of time. This is a compilation of behavior and a time capsule. It's really, it's in my opinion, in the past we might have had like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then of course we have the Bible. This is a new Bible in its own way. Now, I don't want to disparage our traditional Hebrew Bible by any means, but I really lack words. I mean, it's like a new Talmud. It's really in its own way such a huge compilation that I mean it to say it's not greater than those by any means, but in terms of what it may do to from just a compendium of information and how it may affect the world, I think that it could have a similar effect, and certainly it builds upon these things. So my stream, uh, certainly we address and study Kabbalistic texts every day. We also study the Talmud every day. We also study Hebrew Bible every single day. Those are the great texts of the world, and I don't mean to say, and I want to emphasize, my stream is lowly in comparison to those, but it's different. It encompasses all of those, which in its own way makes it unique, just like the Hebrew Bible is unique, just like the Talmud is unique, just like Kabbalistic literature is unique, and the other great books of the world and the world's religions. When I feel 1,000 years from now, people are looking at all of the creations of the world. What I've created, this timeline and this time capsule, will certainly be one of those watermarks, one of those timestamps of something really special.
Okay, and Gilgamesh was famously mentioned he was in a South Park episode, wasn't he, Gilgamesh?
Most certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Tom Holland, British historian?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a podcast recently with. Do you know Andrew Sullivan?
Yeah.
So the Dishcast, the Daily Dish.
Yes.
There's a great conversation with him and Tom Holland. They talk about the ancient. This is post St. Paul kind of era, I think. It's when it gets really interesting in the old ancient scriptures.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a great listen. It's only half an hour long.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
But no, Tom Holland is a legendary historian in Britain.
Absolutely. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, very respected.
Excellent.
Yeah. Are we about an hour?
Yes, we are. So, for anyone out there, let's plug your Substack again. So, if you haven't had the opportunity, please join Louis' Substack and also download his podcast. You're going to be able to get it on everything from LinkedIn to YouTube to all of the other platforms out there. And please plug anything else you'd like, and then I'll plug, and then we can.
Okay, sure. So the Substack is 1% majority, all lowercase, all one word. Substack. That's £50 a year. You get access to all essays. If I ever deem an essay to be a public service announcement, so for example, if there was a nuclear threat or something, I'm going to post that essay for free on Facebook. I'm not going to put things I think the world needs to know urgently behind a paywall, but I will put general essays. There's a couple of short stories on there. There'll be a ton of content, and all I'm hoping is a slight stream of that to support the podcast. So any money that comes through Substack will go straight into doing anything creative like this. And I've also got some YouTube channel, which is, if you just type in 1% majority into all the socials, it will generally link you up with all this kind of stuff. I've got an easy name to find. You can Google Louis Hesse Antel, and then I'm sure you'll know there's not a lot of Louis Hesse Antels in the world, so people can find me very easily like that. And yeah, apart from that, I've got a YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X, LinkedIn. There's a blog called The Rational Rock and Roll at WordPress.com. That's very old. There's some recipes on there. And I've also written several books, which is a trilogy called The Stand-Up Chronicles. There's a book called Numachi, a book called The Session. I'm in the middle of writing one called The Open. I want to make films. One called The Easy Way, a sitcom called Officers and Wives, a sketch show called The Lawn Chair, and ideally a cookbook. But all of this stuff is a hobby. Now, please tell me about your what do you want to say to finish this up?
Absolutely. So, for anyone who's watching this, the best place to connect with me is my Discord. You can find that link at discord.me/rabbi. Also, on my social media, linktree.com/rabbi. If you want to view all my streams, just to give the audience out there an idea of all of my streams, you type Rabbi Rothschild, my name, into YouTube and you filter by live. And when you do that, you're going to find more streams than any individual you've ever seen in your entire life. Look at, I'm going to try to pull it up here. You can see we are having this conversation live. Look at all these live streams that you are going to be able to find. You can view my life in 360 degrees. It's extremely exciting. You can even see Louis there. I mean, how meta is this? That he can see himself on the stream as we're doing this. This is just an amazing technology that we're utilizing here. And these are all live. So if you don't like one angle, we've got another angle for you. It's an incredible amount of data for people to be able to parse. So that's
scratch your back. You scratch mine. We'll subscribe to each other's YouTube channels.
oh, absolutely, yes. So no doubt with that. So again, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I am available on X there. You can find my links. I'm available. You have my YouTube streams there. I have a Spotify podcast for those of you who want to check that out. You can find. I am a writer as well. So you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com and view some of my deeper thoughts on some subjects. And with that, Louis, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to connect with you. I will catch you offline and we can make the arrangements to be able to get this published, and just really appreciate your time and appreciate the audience's time. And really, as the old adage goes, for both of us, the best is yet to come.
Brilliant. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rothschild. Can I ask your first name?
My name is Michael.
Michael. Okay. Thank you from Louis, from over here in sunny old Bristol to you in sunny old California.
Peace.
Wish you luck for the future. All right. Thank you, Rabbi.
You Cheers. As well. Take care, Louis.
Bye-bye.
Did that work? I don't know. Yo, dog, did it record? I don't know. I hope so. What would you do if it didn't record? I have so many different streams. I would hope it record on one of them. All right. So you're live streaming? I don't think so. Okay. Let me just.
Father of Martin. And apparently he just more than 20 perhaps ways that show shaped my views on the world in many ways. I love Seinfeld. It is near and dear to me. I do like Seinfeld. I like stand-up comedy a lot. I like comedy in general. I like comedians. I feel it's important to laugh. It's important for the world to be able to not take yourself too seriously. So I very much enjoy watching stand-up comedy. That's what I like to do in my free time. Additionally, we had the such, yeah, and they were a lot of them were wrongly accused of being affiliated with the communist. Someday, and I would like the same. But yeah, all my stuff is live and I'm raw all the time on my footage. So please welcome. This is.
Update me when you have posted the link to your social media, period. I will then take your edits and post them on my social media, comma, as well, period. I will also follow you on all of the social medias, comma, as discussed, period. Please let me know if you have any questions or need any assistance, period. Thank you again for making time for me and hearing about my project, period. Are you happy?
Yeah, that was great. Shout out to me, dude.
Oh my God. All right, well, we gotta finish our class. Really? Yeah.
Messianist stuff appeals to are typically people like Bolshevik, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. But most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 770, which is the main synagogue in the Chabad world there in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway. So the Chabad movement has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and so there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah, and this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in the movement is that largely the kind of people that the messianist stuff appeals to are typically people like Bolsheviks, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. But most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 770, which is the main synagogue in the Chabad world there in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway. So the Chabad movement has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shimto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as shluchim, as emissaries by the Rabbi way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianist movement. They really thought the Messianist movement was dangerous. And the Shimto family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. And I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different in other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold here. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770, certainly is there. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, nostalgia is not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chavurah movement of the 1970s. this is a period of Karlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Karlbach and not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called what is called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world, folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomi and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers, actually, in Hebrew College. He's probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's really funny at Purim that I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I had a great honor to be able to hang out with one of these Gaons of the Neo-Hasidic movement, and so got to spend some time with Art Green when I was up in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's popular as ever. I would say that it's actually growing in popularity, and with folks like Joey Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidish ideas into music, that stuff is going to prove to be continually popular. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center, led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world that sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of new age meets traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people. So good, me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and apparently I think even Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. I think that the Material Girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the Material Girl's from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. I think they've gotten some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture, with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai is going to live. Kabbalah is going to survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years or 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever, Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. There's a class like this. This is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, and Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You need to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic. You might have to move to Israel. You might have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really, really, really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet, right? So much of it you can get via interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, with the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y. It's just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14 or whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed and feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and given me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in the preparation of this class. So that said, thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be able to have done this class, and I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do is I do a big Zohar class, of study Zohar and also study about Zohar, where we have imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class, where you have the lecture and the lab. The lecture would be like this, but then we'd have a lab, and the lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. It's a lecture lab class, and then it'd be Zohar lab, which I have to say is a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So maybe Zohar lab. So anyway, folks, that's up to the community and up to y'all. Maybe we can do that at some point. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and I'm so happy that folks will come along with me on this this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... because Kabbalah is going to outlive us all. Welcome back. And
Yo, thanks, dog. Well, we're gonna continue with this stream.
I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic and hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The mystical experience is one of profound paradox. It occurs within the profound depths of interiority, and yet it often has totally life-altering effects. It seems to impart a sense of eternal truth, though what it means is often Yeah, everybody. Here we are again. Welcome, everyone. There's a live crowd out there, everybody. How you guys doing tonight? All right. How exciting. Another fun weekend down the drain.
Yep.
What is this, 14?
Something like that. 13 or 14.
13 or 14 Mondays in a row.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've been doing it, though, for like 50.
Wow.
Sucks. I'm done with Mondays. Mondays are the worst because I have a podcast I do for 3 hours. Right when...
You might do.
Let me real quick, just a thing with the Iron Patriot, Comedy Patriot. Can you put your hand up on your forehead like a salute? Can you reach that? God damn, you're like a bodybuilder. You're like The Rock. He can't scratch his own forehead.
It's all the steroids I've been doing.
All right, because if he could do that, I thought that'd be like a fun way to, like, whenever he likes a set, give them the salute.
Can you try it
Can
again?
you do a thumbs up?
I could do this, I could do this, I could do this.
Could you do a thumbs up like I just asked? There you go. Do that.
Okay.
Well, only the ones you like. And you can be as harsh about it as you want.
I will.
Remember picking up the marshmallows, though, and then, like the first couple bowls of the box would have, like, so much marshmallows in your bowl. Then that last bowl, there was, like, 1 or 2 marshmallows.
Yeah, the grainy ones, they would sink to the bottom. Yeah, it was a bummer.
I like the Lucky Charms.
Your next comedian's name is Jem, everybody. It's Jem.
GEM.
Hi, my name is Jim. That's GEM. I recently was
Hi,
evicted.
meet him, Sean.
Got me thinking about when I was living in England. That's where I had the longest permanent residence of 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I've been watching a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles bus system. Yeah. I haven't been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. 952-7290.
This guy is gonna be huge.
Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I've been watching a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles bus system. Yeah. I haven't been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. That's GEM. Thank you very much.
So you never intended to do stand-up comedy. You just faked it until you got to the phone number to call for cannabis.
I'm calling for a...
Was that a...
West Hollywood band. Because now you have to make me fucking edit out a fucking phone number and make me do work.
Oh, poor Brian.
Is that a real phone number?
Thanks a lot, Dick.
Oh, this is turning ugly. What? So you keep standing there like you're looking confused. What did you just do? Did you attempt some jokes? You attempted some jokes.
I didn't make jokes.
In a phone number for a place you actually work for.
No, that's my number.
Oh, that sounds like a great
Your home number?
Well, I only have a phone. I mean, I don't have a home.
I mean,
so I got a business, so I don't really know myself some leaves. I get this place motherfucking live. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
now I'm getting it.
Okay, cool.
Jesus, so y'all
It's like a movie though.
security, comedy, Patriots.
Patriot.
It was much better than that guy that took your idea and did that super size me thing. That got Morgan Spurlock who stole your idea. It was much better than that.
That's
Thanks.
a fun twist you put on that. But seriously, if someone calls you at that number and you can buy some weed, you'll sell them weed, but you're not a dispensary or
Why am I not?
It's
Of course I'm a dispensary.
You are?
Anybody that needs weed, I will dispense it to them.
This guy really got into his stride during the back and forth portion, as opposed to the actual stand-up.
What if somebody that listens to this, because people around the world listen to this?
I will ship it anywhere in the United States. Ship it out right there. I mean, how are they going to catch me? I don't have anywhere to live, so I'm just roaming the streets, you know? They call me.
Do you want to be a stand-up comedian?
Huh?
I mean, all they would have to do if they didn't.
What do you mean? I'm standing up here and I'm making you laugh even. Come on. You're laughing out
I'm
there.
kind of laughing at
Why are you
what I'm thinking
Why
about what
are you
you're saying.
Why are you saying that, though, really?
I'm just saying,
You did like either one of those 3 jokes? I did do 3 jokes.
You did. Let's let the Patriot handle this.
A little backstory on this guy. He went to jail for 2 years for selling Molly over in Europe.
35 months, actually.
See, I thought there was some truth to that story, and that's why the first thing I asked you is what the fuck would just happen, like, because I don't know what's real and what isn't. And you guys have seen him before?
Yes.
Yeah. 5th time.
I don't know if it's many times. I think has it been twice?
3 or 4.
What?
5th
He
time.
says 5 times, Tony.
Jesus Christ, Jen, we got to take a break with you, buddy. I didn't know that was happening. I don't think anybody's ever gotten on.
Oh, it can't be the same person week after week after week.
And you don't use this.
I've been
show as a
skipping weeks.
commercial.
I've been skipping weeks, though.
You don't use this show as a commercial, man. You don't give your phone number out because I had to edit it out.
Yeah, real
I
bummer.
mean, there's like responsibilities.
Or
that I have
because
to
he
take.
might leave it in. You'll get some fucked up calls if he leaves it in.
Well, yeah, half of me wants to just
Leave it in.
Good.
He's saying leave it in because he knows it might be somebody who wants to buy some.
Yeah, I got some weed.
But it
You know,
doesn't sound
basically.
terribly legit. It doesn't sound.
You know what I'm saying? I got some
over the
weed. You
phone,
know,
like
you want to buy some weed? That's what I'm
doesn't-
saying.
yeah,
I'm sorry to tell you
Yeah,
that.
that's not.
I know.
That's still not legal in California.
I know. Whatever.
Doing it that way, you got to start a dispensary.
Thanks for wasting my time.
There he goes, everybody. Jen,
Thank you.
Thank you, Jam.
selling pot, obviously. Really hot stock right now to get in the pot selling market.
It just reminds me of that expression that I now think is absolutely true. They can't all be gems. It's when people say,
So
like,
true.
that's a standard line when the joke doesn't work.
Oh, I know this lovely lady. I do believe this is her first time performing here. Her name is Courtney Mollet.
Hello. So I've noticed a lot of people in this town are quicks. It's like all my friends keep telling me that they're gonna kill themselves and then they don't. So it just like, how am I supposed to trust them after that? You know. Also, I'm from like a really, really small town where pretty much everyone is related. So it just makes me wonder, like, is it still incest if it's your 6th cousin in a row? You know? I guess after like the 4th and 5th, you just kind of stop counting. Okay. Also, my boyfriend just dumped me while I was in the shower, I think to avoid an argument. So I got out anyways. I was like, I've had it up to here with you. I would say here, but I forgot to shave. So use your imagination. Thank
A little bit mean with giving the bird.
You forget to shave.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I would think so.
How often do you shave? Just out of
I
curiosity.
never shave. I don't even really get hair.
Oh,
Just,
there you
see, there you go. I knew there was a reason I asked.
But yeah, I don't think that last joke worked, but the earlier ones
Totally. Yeah.
totally worked. It's it's an audience of people that are waiting up to get to come up and tell their jokes. So like it's that there were laughs at all is probably pretty encouraging.
Right. Very much so. What was that first one about again?
My friends being flakes because they won't kill themselves.
Right. I would say that's such a good premise to keep thinking of other ways other than suicide. Like if you can think about, I don't know, like other things people say that they're going to do. Or even more on the suicide thing. I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes I can think of these things on this.
It might have been, suicide might have been a little heavy out of the gate too.
Right.
You
It
never
could be
know.
an easier setup.
You never know if that joke would work better a couple jokes in. But
Right.
again, this is a specific format that you'll never have to recreate in your entire career. There's never anywhere where you just do a 1 minute set, so this is special.
Right.
And just a chance to workshop it. Were you happy with it?
Well, I mean, I usually like to breathe a little bit more in between jokes, but that was it.
Yeah, right. Like a minute, you feel like you got to rush to get it all in. So that's another thing. But instead of breathing, maybe just say something in between the jokes about that you just sort of say spontaneously. I don't know how spontaneous you want to be as a performer or how planned out, but like we learned earlier tonight, this isn't going great is always a hilarious thing to say between jokes. I'm just kidding. I like those first few jokes.
Yeah,
and
totally.
I just didn't buy the armpit thing.
Right, totally.
No body hair.
Right.
No, that's not necessarily true. There's no rules.
Just the armpits. I'm a normal person.
Yeah. Also, maybe it was because what you're wearing when you raised your hand up, the audience didn't go, because they would have seen armpit hair if you had a lot of it, right?
Yeah, maybe I should make armpit hair.
No, wear sleeves. Right? Wear sleeves.
Okay.
Yeah, you're learning the wrong lesson. No, but that was good. I like her. You're friends with her, Tony? How do you know her?
She's
a past ding-donger on the Ding Dong Show.
She used to be a ding-donger? What, is she not crazy enough to stay a ding-donger? Is that what happened? Well, this girl's kind of normal. Get her the fuck out of here. She doesn't even need to shave her pits. We don't need that. That's hilarious. Some hairy pit weirdos who like to drop dogs.
She's at Courtney Mollet on Twitter with a K. KORTNEYMOLLE.
It's very funny.
Your next comedian is Norman Towns.
Alright, this happened to me the other day too. So, don't try to give me advice and try to encourage me when you need advice and encouragement too. There's this guy I was talking to, he was like, hey, listen here, man, you can do anything you want to do in this life. Like, anything you want to do, all you have to do is shoot for the stars. Just shoot for the stars. He's like, all right, hold on 1 second, please. Everybody, hands and feet inside the ride at all times, please. And pull over the top for emergency exit. But like I was saying, just shoot for the stars. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, so like, what do you do? Like, why are you here? He's like, sometimes when you shoot for the stars, the gun gets jammed. And you really don't go where you're supposed to go. And I was like, all right, I guess that's how it's supposed to go.
That's funny. Sometimes the gun gets jammed.
Is that it?
Yeah, I can keep
Okay, no. I just didn't hear any bears or anything, so I wasn't sure.
I was like,
because we wouldn't normally jump in and start talking while there's still
Right.
time, right? But I would say, like Tony responded to the shoot for the stars, gun is jam part. So maybe the whole thing about it turns out he's a guy working in an amusement park that seems maybe a little bit convoluted. And also reminded me of Maria Bamford's joke where the girl from high school is being really condescending about her comedy, and then it ends with debit or credit. Like it turns out that she's at the Kmart or whatever.
Right.
So yeah. So but the shoot for the stars and the gun jam is like that's the part that you should figure out a way to build on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good line,
Yeah.
It's just also weird that the guy maybe that's a joke is how weird it is that a guy operating a ride is that philosophical and really telling. Why is he telling you about your life? You just met him. You're just getting on the ride. Like, why is he even telling you all that shit?
And then another funny thing is, on top of that, is he's so philosophical and he's working there, and that's his big explanation about his life with that speech impediment that you're giving that character for a guy who sounds like that, which I don't think you even mentioned. You just say that you do it. I mean, you just go right into it. But the fact that his thing is, however you say, shoot for the stars or whatever, however he said it. There's something funny in the fact that, I mean, that's his philosophy on life. So that's his end game, and he can't even say it properly,
Yeah, it's hard to give people advice when you have a speech impediment.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was a wooden roller coaster the whole time. It wasn't even one of the new ones.
Wait, what? Oh, double burn.
Double O'Brien.
Double burn. Not only is it the amusement park, it's also a wooden coaster. That's at Norman Towns on Twitter. Norman Towns.
Thank you, Norman.
Heck yeah, buddy. Interesting. Shecky Green, everybody. Shecky Green. That's a new one. I haven't seen Shecky Green. Uh-oh. You know what happens if a comedian doesn't show up? They get blacklisted. Holy crap! We really got this thing worked out. That's the best reaction ever. You knocked over your own glass. That's all it is he makes a bunch of sounds and the person doesn't get to do the show again.
That was intense blacklisting. I thought you had like a clipboard and a piece of paper and you'd cross his name out, but fucking Comedy Patriot just shot that guy down. I mean, that is the name of a famous comedian, Shecky Green, so we should have seen that coming.
Oh,
There's somebody playing around.
oh, how dare they?
Yeah, comedians with their sense of humor.
I bet that guy's one of the funniest ones.
Or was the real Shecky Green like change his mind when he saw what was really
That'd be
happening?
crazy.
He wanted to reach out to the young people with 1 minute of new humor, and then saw what happened to everybody else.
I know this guy. This guy's a funny comedian out of Boston. I do believe he's done the show before. His name is Matt Devlin, everybody.
Sorry if I was pain in the dick earlier, Tony, but I'm anxious. Alright, you start your timer.
They already did.
If Bill Hicks killed Billy Ray Cyrus when he
That's a
wanted
joke.
to, I'd have had nothing to jerk off to this morning.
That's a funny joke. Shout out to Matt.
Except for the Yosemite fire,
I want to ride roller coasters with her. Really, you got that guy pissed.
which I've been jerking off to since I started it. That's the last time I ever get to tell that joke. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth it to give notes on such dated material or material that's going to die soon, but
Yeah, it's finished.
that's good stuff. Yeah, and I also liked hearing you say the word "started" because it reminded me that you're from Boston, the way you said it. But two funny jokes.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting, topical, fun. I mean, it's not really that topical though. I mean, you can always replace a tragedy with that type of the way that you say those things. That works for you, you know. And you believe in it. That's why you're saying it. So you can always just slide in the new thing. I mean, that happened
Yeah, just
today.
say it about some new things.
Right.
Like when other things happen, go up and say something about that.
And do a new forest fire.
That's Tony's advice.
Well, there's always something terrible happening.
Yeah. Just put a new terrible thing in there. Hey, Miley Cyrus, avalanche in Norway.
Well, the way he says it, I believe that I can almost picture him jerking off to something evil.
I see what you mean.
I
The
mean, look at
jerking
this
off
guy.
part. I get you now. Now that does make sense. That you could jerk off to any horrible event. Let's keep our fingers crossed that something happened.
I'm sure it will, Doug. I'm sure it will.
Oh my God. Can you imagine, like, oh, Sandy Hook, you know, that kind of thing?
That was a beauty.
All right.
I got that one on TiVo.
Man, so you're ready to go super dark.
Totally.
You're not afraid.
Straight up.
All right, dude.
Thank you.
Good luck with that. Good job.
Yeah, that's great. Unbelievable, right?
Yeah. So good. I thought I was going to offend everyone when I said that. He just ran with it.
Oh, yeah.
Got some laughs.
Trace Stewart.
Audience favorite.
Oh, he's here.
Hey guys, it's good to be here. I'm happy, if you couldn't tell, because I'm going to get my hair cut tomorrow, and finally found somebody comfortable with touching my hair. Last guy I went to was terrible. He didn't know what he was doing. I should have knew he didn't know what he was doing from the first thing he said. I sat in his chair. He was like, yeah, I got you. But before I cut you, there's something that you need to know. Sometimes niggas make mistakes. It's like, you know what? You're right, because I almost made one. Let me out the back of this van, because I did not think this one through. Thank you, guys.
Couple good twists there at the end. Appropriate use of the N-word.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Well, it wasn't offensive in any way. It's just how somebody spoke that wasn't him.
Only used 35 seconds.
Yeah, it was quick. You just wanted to try that one joke. Maybe figure out some ways to shave the setup a little bit because it was mostly setup. You know?
Yeah. Say the N-word more. No.
Yeah, well, maybe not say more, but like maybe more of that, you know, the way that guy talks or something before you get out of the van. But haircut in the back of the van, I like that.
Oh, thank you.
There's nothing really to complain about.
Right.
You just need about 70 more of those, and then you'll have an act.
Thank you.
I love
70 more, but you know what I mean.
I love the backwards hat. The charisma.
Well, now we're getting into. I haven't been critiquing people based on appearance, really.
No, I just love
the hat kind of like to me covered up the. I was like, oh, you know, when you brought up your hair, I was like, oh, so he's getting a cut tomorrow? Does it look terrible under there right now?
It's a mess.
Yeah, but what if you know? Maybe the joke's funnier if you come out with that messed up hair, and the first thing you say is, you know, I'm getting my hair cut tomorrow. I don't know. I don't really like those kind of visual jokes as a general rule, but sometimes they're fun. Can you show us what it looks like under there?
Or you could say,
let's see it. Terrible. That's the worst haircut I've ever seen. No, I know how that is, though. I mean, I'm in desperate need of a cut right now, so I hear you.
There you go. If there's any barbers around.
No, I mean, it's just your own personal, you know what I mean?
Trace Stewart.
Just because you think your hair looks terrible, other people might just be like, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
What kind of haircut do you have under there, Patriot?
I just got my haircut last week on a film called Vatican Tapes. I was a priest.
So they cut it super short?
You know, I was just an extra, of course. Anytime I say it, you know I'm an extra, but yeah, they cut it short, and I was looking pretty good. I'm happy with it. I saved the money. I didn't have to go to Supercuts and spend like $25.
Or 12.
You probably
I give a $10 tip, though. I like my haircut.
You probably sweat less in that thing with shorter hair.
Yeah.
Right?
I got an undersuit specially designed so I don't sweat. It's a moisture management cool match spandex.
Some of the girls in the audience tonight want to know what you look like.
They can go to my Facebook page if they want to check out and see what I look like.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So do that. He's not about revealing himself tonight. You know, maybe the bus driver. What about, do you drink alcohol?
Once I leave the house, I don't drink a drop because I don't want to have to go to the bathroom. I make sure to go before I go, and there's no more drinking to be done.
Because of the suit.
Yeah, I can't go to the bathroom. I don't want any problems happening.
You could just have Depends on.
I don't wear diapers. I don't like this. I'm acclimated. I already do all that shit when I'm at home during the afternoon. I got this down to a science, Red Man.
Hey, what's up, Holly? Ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit, Pauly Shore is here, everybody.
Patriot, take it easy.
Yeah, don't try to throw him out. This is his castle.
Yeah.
You asshole. You can
wherever you want.
cruise through in there, yeah.
Oh, awesome. Hi, Sandy Danto. Put your hands together for Pauly Shore and Sandy Danto, everybody. Celebrity guests.
Just where we supposed to go.
Oh, shit.
That's so great. Fuck yeah.
But if you guys have any opinions about any of these acts,
of course.
Let us know. They've got 1 minute to try their stuff out on us.
You didn't have one. Fuck yeah.
Here we go.
Comedians do 60 seconds, and then we try to tag their stuff or talk with them about it, see what's going on. Oh, this guy. Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
Put your hands together for Tommy Lee, everyone. That's how he gets on every fucking week.
dad doesn't really approve of me doing comedy at all. He's a tough guy to please. He went to Princeton, and he got his bachelor's from Columbia. He got his PhD from Stanford. Which means he's a dick. That's what that means, really. You know how hard it is to get approval from someone with 3 Ivy League degrees? Telling my dad I didn't get into Princeton was like coming out of the closet in a conservative Christian family. Just the amount of shame I felt. It's like, Dad, I'm sorry, didn't get in. You what? God damn it, I knew you were different from day one. Should have been hanging out with your Uncle Tony. Get the fuck out. That's it.
All right, interesting. So it's a joke about how you're disappointing your dad by not going to college.
But I get into Princeton.
Princeton.
Yeah. Very specific.
Did you go to college?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
University of Miami.
Why didn't you go to Princeton?
I didn't get in.
Whoa.
How do you get into University of Miami? You just have to write party across your forms. Big letters.
No, I just glad I got in.
What'd you major in there?
I was a double major in economics and film studies.
Oh, interesting. All right. I didn't love it. I couldn't relate to it really at all.
Can I remind you guys what happened with him the last 2 times? The last 2 times, remember, he was talking about how creepy he was, and you guys were discouraging him from that. And then he had a shirt that wasn't very good ironed. I think that looks better. I think he's making some progress this week.
Of course the Iron Man is concerned about iron shirts.
Right.
And,
Yeah, I iron all my shit at home.
all right, don't move like that ever again. But,
It sounded like you were talking to a psychiatrist or something at some point. It's like you were just really almost doing a narration of your life. Again, there was a lot of setup that wasn't tagged, or it was more story based. The first
and hard to relate to. A lot of us don't have problems with our parents because of not getting into Harvard. I'd imagine every single one of us. So that's kind of you either have to figure out a way to make that more accessible or try something else. But congratulations on Comedy Patriot liking your shirt.
I guess I was just trying to play with the high expectations thing, but I guess I'm not really sure how to do that.
No, it's not like what you just did was awful. Just keep going at it. It's just for some reason that didn't land.
Okay, cool, man.
And also he's on too much. You were when you built his name, you're like, Jesus, how did he get on again?
Yeah. How many times have you gone on? 4 or 5 times?
4.
Yeah, so maybe come back in.
Seems like 6.
How many weeks? When can he come back? 2 weeks? 3?
Yeah, I think Tommy and
you gotta come up with rules.
wait. Tommy and Jem have to both take a couple weeks.
Is he the same guy that the first 2 times he went on stage you didn't pay attention
Yeah,
to because he bored you so
I
much?
purposefully paid extra hard attention. I was able to stay in the pocket on this one, and for nothing. I mean, I really didn't end up. Right. I wish
it was not rewarding, but
I wish I would have daydreamed at that one as well. And
I'd love for you to schedule daydreaming time during these
Right.
1-minute segments. Thank you so much. This place is amazing.
Right.
It is.
You spill a drink, and 2 minutes later, you got a new drink.
I just can't wait until you're just a couple sips in and somebody else gets blacklisted. Just
Oh my God! I don't think I'll be surprised by it again the next time.
Bobby Lee, everybody. Hey, Bobby.
Wow.
Kill Tony regular.
Bobby Lee walking out the door, everybody. In and out, Bobby Lee.
Your next comedian's name is Scott Kidd, everyone. Almost disappointed.
How's it going, everybody? Hey, Iron Patriot, you say you drive a Nissan Versa?
Yeah.
Is it blue?
Right.
Oh, damn. Thought maybe he was the one with the Amber Alert. I wasn't sure. Oh, man.
You should be ready for when they might not say the exact response you're hoping for.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I'm sorry to take your time.
No problem. All right, so I work in a casino with a lot of Asians, and I've come across this, what is it called? One of those things that you have when you, realize something. Realizations. And that's that China doesn't really have to send troops over to take over America.
They can just send a bunch of hot Asian women, and we'll do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, they don't need to worry about, or we don't need to worry about dictators as much as we need to worry about dick teasers. Speaking of things made in China.
You brought up the bear. You went over your time. Slow it down. Everybody relax. The bear is out.
I would kind of enjoy a whole set of joke doesn't work. Wah, wah,
I really would.
everyone.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean,
That's a
I'd
fun
almost
thing to say. Dude.
like. I mean, that could go either way. You could end up, that could be. You could be some. If you really stuck with that as your comedic voice, and it was just and you just you floated it out there, and then just the way you did it, it was like
Maybe also like a
you
ton
were
of,
conducting an orchestra of wah wah.
and then maybe maybe you could also be the guy that doesn't remember words like realization.
Yeah, like take 30
Like
seconds.
it's like always take a long time trying to think of words that are, you should pretty much know that word.
Yeah.
If it's in your joke you're trying to tell.
Right.
That's the last time you should be grasping for
I say spend like 5 minutes trying to figure it out.
Brian. Brian's like he's the shitty advice.
Yeah, I'm the shitty advice dude.
Yeah. He just wants to make that bear sound. That's all he cares about. Hey, do you only have like 3 play-on songs? Is that what's happening?
What's that?
How many songs do you have to play them on? Because
I can play anything I want.
Yeah, play. Everybody gets a
What would
different
you
one.
like to hear?
Just anything, but it's just fun to have a different person get a song. And I thought the banjo music when the black guy was coming up seemed racist to me.
Whoa.
But then it turned out it was Price is Right. I didn't realize there was banjo in Price is Right.
It's banjo. Can I hear a little bit of that?
Yeah, 70s Price is Right.
Price is Right starts a little racist.
No, that's
Price is Right.
That's Price is Right?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Match Game.
No, it was
There you go, that.
Oh,
Here comes a black guy! Didn't seem right. But he's only got a minute, so he didn't say anything about it.
Oh my God.
He was cool about it. So anyway, what you did was fun. It wasn't necessarily, I'd lose the gum next time you go on stage. And just these simple things, right, Polly? It's the simple things. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks.
Yeah. Wah wah.
Yeah.
There you go. Scott Kidd.
No, you have to stay. Oh, here we go. Polly has something.
See, all these people, they come up here and they're not connecting with the audience. See how these guys are connecting with the audience. So the thing that's the most important about comedy is not the jokes at all. It's about you guys connecting. And you're not connecting. You're like staring up in space. Like, fuck around a little and then go into your material. Let the audience touch you, feel you, be connected to them, and then do your stuff. But don't just go into your shit. Like that's what's great about David Letterman. You ever see David Letterman? He's fucking around a lot. He's having fun. He's connecting with people. So just try to connect. Get out of your head about the material. It's not about the material. All right, who's next?
Yeah, that's a good point. If you have like one joke, that's probably only going to take like 30 seconds of your minute. So you can ease into it. Yeah. Good advice.
Build on the connection. I love it. Oh, that's right. I picked one. His name is Kenny Lyon. There he is, Kenny Lyon.
That's another option. No music.
Right.
Hey, Kenny.
Bye. Okay, a little bit too much. Look what you did. Look what you started.
I would have lost it if he spent 2 minutes connecting with the audience. Like, just applaud that advice immediately.
Hit the bear. No, I'm kidding.
Paulie has a good point. We should be helping, not hurting.
We are.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Wait up.
That's true.
Let me tell the joke. Shut up. All right. A lot of people talk bad about ruthless people. I don't understand why nobody takes their emotions into consideration. I mean, who stole their root?
Ruthless people We don't appreciate them because their roof got stolen.
Wait, what is it?
Their roofs got jacked, so they're ruthless.
Wait, what?
Some comedy's just for me. I'm the only one who gets this guy, so fucking let him finish. Yeah.
Oh my god. That was the saddest fist bump I've ever seen in my life. Thanks for sticking by me, Doug.
What else you got?
What
Was that it? There was the getting to know the audience part, and then the ruthless joke. It's a start.
1, 2, 3, go.
You got one more joke you can tell us?
Yeah. Bought a ticket to a rave concert, everyone. Worst decision I made, 2013. This guy by the name of David Guetta was on stage. I don't like it. Not my kind of shit. I started yelling from the crowd, David, get out of here!
So I look forward to lots more pun-oriented material from you, man.
That's great.
Fucking love it.
That's great.
Every time you come on, man, I just love you. You're one of my favorite
Thank
people.
you, Red Man.
Goddamn.
Excuse me for Jim's bullshit.
What, do you work with him?
Will, what do you have to do with Jim?
You sharing a landline with him or something?
I used to live in his apartment because my mom was tripping too much, and
Save that minute for next time. That's a good story. You lived with Jim and your mom was tripping. I like it.
There he goes, everybody. Kenny Lyon, we're
Thanks,
flying
dude.
now.
Get out of here!
A lovely young lady. I know her. She's been doing this a while. Glad that she's in attendance. Put your hands together for the great Stephanie Simbari, everybody. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, fellas. Molly Shore, good to see you. All right. My shoes broke this one time. I'm afraid that I'm going to lose my ability to be a romantic because I've been living in LA and fucking all my friends for too long. You know? It's not, I'm sorry, not fucking, hooking up with. You can't fuck your friends, it ruins your friendship, but you can let them go down on you, that's totally fine. But sometimes I listen to love songs on the coast, do you guys know that?
Yeah.
I listen to it to test just how lonely I actually am. Like how many Adele songs before I just drive my car off the road. Like what? But I hate it because the woman always has that like really soft DJ voice where she's like, "This is Delilah. This song goes out to Mindy from Chris. He loves you so much. You're the future mother of his children. You're a real catch, right?" And then it's like Blurred Minds by Robin Thicke or something. But I wish it would get real. I wish she would be like, "This song goes out to Mindy from Chris. Thanks for licking his balls and comment, and swallowing, even though you guys don't know each other that well, you know."
Closes on the bear.
Look, Brian, my shoe was broken, shit got fucked up.
And that's why I gave you 1 minute and 15 seconds.
I earned those 15 seconds.
That flew by. I didn't notice the extra 15 seconds.
You're lost in her beauty, right?
Well, not just that, but you're engaging and talking about stuff that I understood and could relate to. You know, Polly had something to say, Brian.
Right.
Camera, like, done up. Like, she look real. No, you're hot right now. But I'm just saying, she'd be good on Chelsea.
Yeah, you're hot right now, fresh out of bed. What would you be like if you...
Until about 4:30.
No, like Chelsea lately doing the panel or something like that. Like, I think she'd be good. So I think she's got something.
Totally.
Right.
Sandy, what's up? Any tags or anything to that minute? Anything?
I wasn't really paying attention.
You heard that. That's the second time I've ever done that joke, and you heard it the first time. And you were like, "Good premise, needs work."
Oh, yeah.
That's what you said.
I wasn't paying attention then either.
Oh. Fucking God.
I thought it was. It does need work, but you just have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of threw away the blurred lines thing. Like, it might be better if you just pick a song that's just absolutely inappropriate for what you just set up.
Well,
and
I think
sometimes I like to say "Into the Mystic" by Van Morrison because that's my favorite song.
I think you gotta
that's
do
romantic, though.
But as the second
blurred
song.
lines work because it's relevant.
Right.
Yeah. Always gotta be changing that. And do a DJ. You have a deep, sexy DJ voice. You have a face for radio and a voice for radio. So use it. When you do that bit,
face for radio is not a compliment, right?
When you do that bit, go into a radio DJ's kind of.
Delilah.
That's what I mean.
No, but
I mean,
like,
hey, you were quoting her, not doing her. You were just saying what she said.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you can get into it. You know, be a radio DJ.
Right.
They have a certain way that they speak.
Act it out. Act that shit out, girl.
Yeah, the part where you're doing Delilah, it seems to be, the strongest. When you hit that, when you start going dirty with it, so you can really get more into the Delilah part, especially.
Yes.
Everybody catches on. They've all that's something everybody can relate to is Delilah for some weird reason. Like, it's something everybody's heard at some point.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just stuck with the
radio. She must be like 110 by now. I feel like she's been on the radio forever.
Right. I can't imagine.
Yeah, every city has that kind of station where she's super serious reading those, letters. People said, like, what the fuck? Somebody sends in a letter to a radio
station, like
an email, and it's always like, oh, I just want to let so-and-so know I love him. That guy's not fucking listening to love songs on the coast, waiting to hear a mention from his, just walk across the room and tell him that you love him. Don't make him listen to a whole night of Barry Manilow songs just to get to that. So, but it's definitely a right premise.
It seems like it's something you'd want to do to somebody that you don't like or love. Like, throw their name out there.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Right.
How do you, it's so radio, like, how can you plan on somebody listening to their shout out?
It's interesting.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good job.
You never hear of anybody, awesome doing that, but you never hear, a celebrity, hey, this goes out to Angelina Jolie. Brad Pitt really wants you to know that he loves you. That would be awesome. It's never people that are, making it. So it's sort of sad.
Yeah, it is.
The shout-outs and stuff. Like, oh, I just want to let you know that I love you. I know we're struggling right now financially, but he just wants to let you know via radio because it's free. And it seems nice. He's going to play probably... He's like, come on, baby, let's listen to Coast for 2 more hours.
Why do we have to listen to this shit? Don't worry about it, baby. I just really want to listen to it tonight. Because something might happen.
Because I love you. Yeah, I'll show you how much I love you by the end of the night. Your next comedian's name is Frank Castillo, everyone. Frank Castillo.
Hey, guys. How we doing? See everyone? I had a tough day at work today. Mostly because I don't take my job very seriously. It was weird because my manager pulled me off the bar. He was like, hey, I was watching you when you weren't noticing. You do an amazing job. You're really nice, connect to everyone. What he didn't know was that I was really high. The worst part about it was that everyone else was. So he was like, all right, this is what we're going to do. Everyone needs to be more like Frank. So we're going to have you write a list of why you're so awesome, why you're a great employee. Step 1 was just relax. Step 2 was just fucking kick it. And he loved it. He was like, that's a great goals list.
Well, there you I guess that's it.
Sorry, I was in the back, gonna use the restroom.
Oh yeah, when you get surprised that it's your turn, that can be frustrating. When you ran up here and the room is barely big enough to get into a run, and so I kind of knew something was up. And then Brian also, that's the thing that's fun about changing the song every time is because you have to come up with some fucked up intro music sometimes. You just have to deal with it. Totally. And that was a terrible choice, Brian. That didn't pump them up at all. That was the most mellow, weird thing that you played.
Stephanie Says by the Velvet Underground.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, people love to come on to that.
Hey,
Hey, everybody. So I commend you for just being enthusiastic and getting through your thing. And this is a personal thing for me. I always don't like it when somebody that is at your stature talks a lot about like having a day job and real work and stuff like that, because it just sort of like you're up here to entertain everybody. You should just be a comic. But that's my personal thing. A lot of comics have great jokes about their day jobs or whatever. So, but just for me, it just kind of takes me out of it. Just makes me like, oh, well, he's not really a comic. He's got a job, you know what I mean? But that's just me. So if you can come up with a funny enough take on it, and maybe even like said it in the past, like make it the job you had before being a stand-up. So everybody relates to the fact that you had to work, but you didn't have to do it today. Because, like, we just paid to see you, man. And you just came from Staples where you had this list of rules about, kicking it. You know what I mean? But, and also that, like, didn't pay off really, but I like the idea of it. Like, everyone should be like you is kind of a fun premise. But, like, maybe you should figure out a way to make it like your boss has no idea that you're high all the time. And then, but all the attributes of being high make for a great employee. Yeah.
Right. And I'd also be more clear on the back end of that, which, by the way, the first thing, I agree with what Doug says about that. It just sort of feels a little bit icky, even though people do have good jokes with their day job. But you could just flip that to the past tense, because, it's still honest. And
before I started doing comedy, I had this job where
I used to work at, and also
be a comedian, don't be a guy with a job.
And on the back end of it, I don't know where you're planning to put the punchline that it's missing, but I think you lose everybody a little bit when you're talking about the list of the two things, and we don't know whether you're making the list or if they're making the list, or if it seems almost like the other employees were asked to make a list as to what makes you. Just got very confusing.
And it shouldn't just jump right to just fuck off or chill out or whatever. Like it should be like all the things that somebody who's stoned working at a job might be like. Be polite, be friendly, be laugh at their jokes. List all these things that like, well, a high person would do all of that without necessarily being a great employee. That's what you're doing when you're high. Yeah. I think you could do it, Brian. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
I love it. There he goes, everybody. That's at Frank C. Comedy. Frank C. Comedy on Twitter. Later, Paulie.
Paulie's out.
Great Paulie Short. Sandy Danto.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so what?
I almost met you in 2007. You know the Addison Improv in Dallas?
Yeah.
You were going to get some food, and I
No, it's nobody we know. He's a fan of podcasts.
But anyway, I was playing videos in this place called Go Fish, and the manager told me that you came to the door. You wanted sushi. We served sushi, but we didn't have a sushi bar, and so you didn't come in. You said you went somewhere else. But my manager told me after it was over, and I said, "What? You didn't come get me?" Because I had Pauly Shore's dead video. I could have played it while you were eating dinner. We had a conversation with you. It sucked. Dude, I was at a...
He insists on having his movie played every time he eats dinner anywhere, so you were on track with that.
Just a couple comments about what I witnessed. You guys should really be, what's the word, thankful that these guys are giving you guys tips. Because back in the day, like, you didn't get this shit. Like, I'm sitting here, like, listening to you people up here, and I think it's hard to just stand up. I get it, like, but to do it in here and this, but then they give you correct, constructive criticism, and I think it's really cool that these guys are doing that. So the more people that can come here and do this, I think it'll help you guys a lot. Because you're all comics, right? Most of you guys? No? You guys just came here?
Yeah.
Some people come to watch, but it's a lot of the audience is the
I don't
comics.
really get that, so.
Yeah, Pauly Shore, everybody. Thanks for coming. It's Sandy Danto. At Sandy Danto. And is it Pauly Shore? Pauly M. Shore?
I mean, not only are we doing this, but they took 4 minutes out of their day to watch 3 comedians.
Right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
It was nice.
Yeah.
It took longer than 4 minutes, but you know what I mean.
Well,
Things to do.
as the clock rolls, we're going to roll into our final segment. This is...
Take off our clothes, Doug.
Wait a second. I thought it was just give constructive criticism.
No, it is. Our final segment is two young ladies who have basically started here about 13 weeks ago and have been doing open mics and working the circuit. One of them dropped out of college and went to chase her dream of being a stand-up, and so these two girls each do a minute, and so they're the only two regulars, so we're just done with the bucket.
Fuck the bucket?
Fuck the bucket.
There's a lot of names in there.
What are you going to do with it?
I don't know. It's not bad. I thought we were going to go through everybody.
I wish we had that much time.
No, I understand. You guys have your restrictions, but I dig it. Let's do what you do.
I love it. Awesome. Well, as always, I'm always very excited about this. You know her from the very first Kill Tony when she was the only female in the room. And when my guest said, "Is there no woman that wants to do this show?" She ran up on stage, and it began there. She's here tonight. At Sarah Dresses on Twitter, but her name is Sarah Mostajabi, everyone.
I'm Sarah Dresses on Twitter too. I was talking to my mom about life this past week, and she said if I wanted answers, I needed to find God. I told her the only man-made thing that ever answers me is Google. I get these like uncontrollable like urges to be in love. I call them hard-ons. I'm kind of hoping that it'll just beat itself off. But don't worry. It's pretty easy to get fucked. I have a PayPal account. That's all I have.
Did you give her too much build-up, Tony? Is that what happened?
I don't know.
No, I've had to write a new minute every.
You've written a new minute for all 7 weeks.
Every week since I started doing comedy.
Well, that's good. That's
we're raising little baby assassins here.
I'm not sure if any of those particular jokes worked. I missed the joke on that last one.
Yeah, I don't get. Why are you getting fucked?
I don't know what it is. I get like nervous here because when I do this,
Okay. So my question's this.
It's like it works.
This is different than an open mic.
So my question's this: what are you trying to say in that joke where you talk about the PayPal?
Yeah, like getting a boner. What are you talking about?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I just totally lost you guys. No, the heart one is like I'm trying to make a comparison. Like I know that guys like you guys have these like I don't know. You have like sexual like desires that you like can't help. Like it's like carnal, natural thing that you have. And we experience like a similar thing as girls, but it's like emotional. And like, so we do get like these uncontrollable urges to like cuddle and fucking snuggle on the couch, but it's like emotional. So I'm trying to make a joke about how that compares. And I'm just trying to write that's the premise. But that's the joke though, is that girls get boners too, but they're heart boners.
Emotional boners.
Boners
of emotion.
Yeah. Like that's the premise. So I'm working on that. That's why I come to you guys.
What's the PayPal thing mean?
I honestly like. I just it seriously.
I was just about to say I don't know.
I just said it. Don't know.
My back. I said it.
I don't know. I mean, I thought everybody knew that PayPal just bends you over and fucks you. Like it's bad. PayPal is the worst thing on the
Then
planet.
maybe Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
Would be better, but that probably wouldn't make sense either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of that.
That doesn't work. Yeah. Okay.
But you can get up and speak in front of everybody and commit to these ideas. So, and based on knowing that she's done it every week for several weeks, this might just be the off week or whatever.
Right? Oh, totally.
Sure.
Yeah.
Usually better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a bad thing. Yeah.
I mean, it would be more. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know. I would definitely. I don't know if I would keep thinking that the emotional boner thing.
I honestly really I write these jokes on Twitter and they do really well, and then I try to do them live, and I guess that's maybe my mistake.
Is it the Iron Patron? You just going back and forth on Twitter all day?
No.
But if it works Sorry, Patriot. Go ahead.
When she goes into that territory where she says it's easy for her to get sex because, there's so many loser guys, she's cute. Well, no, but I think that's a good territory. There's a lot of jokes there because it's different.
I'm cute, guys are losers. I disagree,
I don't want to be that girl.
No, but
That's not
you know what I'm saying, though. It's easier for a girl like her to have sex anytime she wants than a guy.
Do you have an off switch? Yeah, it is easier for her to have sex. That is the truth. But yeah, she's trying to get at the the cuddling part, which you can't do with a superhero who can't even sit down.
I mean, I come here because, like, in the beginning, you guys, like, really helped me tag, like, writing jokes
Right.
on premises.
And now
Yeah, well, that's maybe the problem here is it's hard to tag where we don't even think there's a joke there. So like, but I think that the emotional boners that there is something to that. It's just it's hard to when you do men and women stuff. It's so hard to find a fresh take on it.
Right.
So make it as personal as possible, and maybe even write a couple extra lines about it. Like after the PayPal joke, maybe you should have said, "Because PayPal fucks you, right?" Like you should have maybe just spelled it out more.
Yeah, because PayPal can have PayPal.
I don't know. I did something similar to being like, yeah, right, like a couple weeks ago, and I was told that's fucking dumb.
Well, I agree that you can't just say yeah right about everything because if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. But in the case of PayPal fucking you, you may have more of a stand on, but they may just not have figured out that was your point. You know what I mean? So, sometimes you have to, unfortunately, you have to explain things a little bit more, and other times you have to try to get rid of that. Which brings me back to Twitter. If jokes are killing on Twitter, say them exactly as written, because nothing you said today was 140 characters. Everything had more stuff to it. So maybe you just need to just stand there and just say the line, say the joke from Twitter as written on Twitter, and it might work better that way too.
The Google thing, like that I wrote on Twitter, I said Google is the only God that actually answers my questions. And I get a good.
Google's the only God or guy?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason that just doesn't land, but
yeah, I knew that would work if I said
some
it out
things are
loud.
cuter or funnier as a tweet than they are in front of an audience. But
it's a very atheist tweet. A lot of people with like gothy lifestyles are like, yeah, retweet.
No,
Totally, Google's definitely the only God. Fuck God.
Well, maybe Google is a God and will answer your questions or something. There's some way to tweak it maybe because it's not.
There she goes.
It's not a terrible observation.
She's at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. Sarah Mustachabi. And as always, our other lovely lady, put your hands together for the one and only Kimberly Condon.
I don't think it's fair that as a woman comic, I have to cover up more than men do. Because I have to be taken seriously and stuff. People are like, "Oh, I thought you always dress like that." No, I don't want to look like I eat snatch. I mean, it's nothing against lesbians. I'm not a lesbian. My mom just taught me to think outside the box. I don't judge. I have slutty friends. I have lesbian friends. My friend Kate, she's super slutty. But she doesn't do anal. She's literally the skankiest girl I know. And also, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but everybody masturbates.
That's adorable.
The toot my own horn would be funnier if a guy said it. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I like to toot my own horn.
I like to think that she has an extended labia.
Ooh, Brian. Don't talk about her labia.
He's misbehaving over there.
Clitorally, I just think that maybe because of the 1 minute format, you had to kind of race to it and spit it out, so to speak. But
what was the first one again? What was the first?
Right. Yeah, that guy, the little chuckle. I mean, maybe that expression is thrown around a little too much these days.
That's for
maybe a twist.
And what's the main thing that it's not?
Yeah, at first you kind of compared it to like, you have to cover up more than guys do, but guys are completely covered up, like we're not standing around with our balls out or whatever.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I just don't know if that's even an issue worth addressing, like how you're forced to dress, because I personally think, for me, a girl comic, lady comic should just be a comic and not be so much about because I'm a lady this. But then that's also a rule that's meant to be broken, because there's times when people say hilarious things specifically about being a woman. Then I'd say make it as much about being you as possible, as opposed to being, because it's hard enough for women comics that I think that people tune out when it's like when you're talking about being a female comic, because they're strangely sick of it and yet also haven't embraced it like at the same time. Like the challenge is, it's a much bigger challenge for you to do stand up, and so anytime you talk about your appearance, it has to be like the most hilarious joke, right? Otherwise, it just puts everybody in their head about, oh, there's a girl on stage telling jokes. She's attractive. I can't listen to this. I can't relate to it.
Yeah. I've noticed so many of the most successful ones really dress down when doing.
Yeah, which is what she's trying to make the joke about. So it's like it's an interesting observation. So I'm not saying kill it, but I'm just saying that like it's hard to do because it's drawing attention to the fact that you're a woman.
There she goes, everybody. Kimberly Congdon. That's at Kimberly Congdon on Twitter with a CONGDON ending. Fuck yeah, Doug. Thank you so much for doing the show.
That was so much fun. I hope that hope it was constructive.
Oh, totally. Instant classic episode in my opinion. Anything you have going on that you want to promote?
Yeah, Greatest Movie Ever Rolled is on VOD and iTunes, and Douglas Movies. You can go for all my tour dates and stuff, and I got a ton of things going on.
So cool. Yeah,
just come into my world. Just be a part of it. I thought I heard is there a superhero trying to get my attention?
I think so, buddy.
Mr. Benson,
Yes, sir.
I have a new nickname for you.
Oh, God.
The Messiah of Marijuana.
Oh, that's not bad. I thought it would be worse, but
it's not that good at all, though, either. It's not that bad, but it's also not
good. It's got
good.
alliteration. Yeah. It's probably a little long for a nickname, but I'll take it. I mean, I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
We'll talk later.
Follow Iron.
We will not.
Follow the Iron Patriot on Twitter. He's at Comedy Patriot. He hit 1,000 followers. Just hit 1,000 followers. I just hit 10,000 followers for the first 10,000.
That squad is powerful.
Yeah. And Brian and I have an amazing set of shows coming up.
Stand Up Live in Phoenix, September 26th. Go to standuplive.com. In Columbus, Ohio, we're going to be there with Tom Segura and Christina Pajitsky, and maybe a surprise. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm thinking about crashing that one.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That could be fun.
Squad.tv for all the tickets.
It's Friday, September 27th. If you're in Winnipeg by any chance, I'm going to be there on the 12th and 13th of September. And come to Kill Tony taping anytime on a Monday here at the Comedy Store. Up next, the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history with the man, the myth, the legend, Don Barris of the Helm. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Give it up for Kill Tony. Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Another fun weekend. And here we are. Hi, everybody out there. Congratulations for being part of this fun audience. Okie dokie. Always an interesting beginning.
Yeah, we mixed it up a little. My iPad's dead. Fucking sucks.
It's dead?
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be alive.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
It's terrible.
I know. Excuse to get a new one.
All right. Well, so that ends the sound effects portion, right?
No, I downloaded an alternative sound effect program.
Oh, so
so it's going to be mixed up probably a little.
Oh, that's exciting.
Just for this episode, instead of the normal kitty cat sound when a comic does 1 minute, we're going to have a dolphin.
Oh yeah, I like that. But what's going to replace the angry bear that comes in if they do longer than 60 seconds?
A gang of cows.
That is a lot of cows, man. Wow. So you don't want to run the light here, you comedians out there that are doing your 60 seconds, because you don't want to anger that group of cows.
Or the dolphin.
Well, the dolphin.
That's a nice little.
Yeah, the dolphin's sort of heavy, but those cows are aggressive.
Yeah.
Speaking of animals, as always, ladies and gentlemen, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, is here.
These new Avengers into battle against anyone on threat in our way of life. I am the Iron Patriot.
Fuck yeah. Still got it, Patriot. Still got it.
You know, I was listening to the last episode the other day, and listening to it is so much different than watching it. Because it really sounds like we're hanging out with Kit from Night Rider.
Oh,
yeah, I noticed that. I noticed when I listened last night just to iTunes, because I've been watching the video. And I want to say something to you, Rabbi. First, I want to congratulate you for winning Funniest Instagrammer of the Year at the LA Weekly Awards.
Oh, thank you.
That is awesome.
I'm not funny on Instagram, so I don't know what that means.
That's so cool.
I don't post any funny photos. It's mostly foods and shit suits.
You know, I like the one you posted yesterday. You did a screenshot of my mailman video, and in the background was a Jungle Fever poster because my video was made in 1991, the same year that that movie came out. And what's interesting is Wesley Snipes just got released from prison a few months ago. He was serving 3 years for tax evasion. He started Jungle Fever, and now he's already got his life back on track, and he's in the movie Expendables 3. He's already got it going, so with my Banana song coming back, this might be the return of Jungle Fever this year.
Wow.
Me and Wesley.
I think that's a pretty bold statement, first of all. I don't think you're going to bring back the movie franchise Jungle Fever, the Wesley Snipes classic, because of the music video. But I did watch that music video that you were. If you don't know, the Iron Patriot is a human being. And he wears a $5,000 custom-made Iron Patriot suit that came pretty dented up. He rides the bus here. He's here every Monday, and he rides the bus because in that $5,000 suit, he can't sit down. So he has to stand at all times. So he takes the bus here from down the street. And he was once in a band in Texas called the Dirty Crabber.
It's just called, I was Dirty Crabber. That's my other name.
Okay.
So if you ever want to call me that, just call me that.
Did you ever have crabs? Is it based off that?
No, because my last name is Crabtree, and my brother, his name was Crabtree, so it was kind of a, a play on that. But, yeah, I did have crabs one time, but I think everybody's dealt with that, but now the girls are shaving their pouches, so I don't think there's any more crabs.
Yeah, they're actually becoming extinct lately. That's true.
Yeah. Wow. I wish I would have lived in this age, man.
Yeah, but now you have to worry about, like, crotch eels or something.
Yeah.
For those vaginas.
Yeah.
Crotch eels?
Yeah, what would come out of a shaved vagina? What kind of gross thing? What if worms? Like, girls are getting worms.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What would replace crabs?
I don't think they need to be replaced. I think that's something we can do without.
Yeah.
So, Patriot, you still have, even though you got the crabs, do you still have like a full bush underneath all that?
Well, I keep it trimmed. I don't let it go out of control, but no, it's not. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
When you say trimmed, like what are you doing down there?
Just using the scissors to trim it up so it doesn't get out of control,
Have you ever been to the ball there?
I'm not like Tommy Lee, Motley Crue. He talks about he puts some special shit on his balls to just make it so it's completely nothing.
Yeah, it's air. It's a bad idea. Don't ever do it. I tried it once and my fucking asshole, everything was on fire. My balls, like the veins, they got really hard. Sometimes when you're like, wow, it's so hard right now. What happened? It was like that for like a week. It sucked.
Yes.
How about that one?
I kind of miss it when the girls hit the air down there. I kind of like it like that.
Now, what I was getting at with this band, the Dirty Crabber, and I watched your music video for the first time over this past weekend, and I was laughing so hard because you have this song called "Share My Banana" that you performed a few weeks ago here, while holding a banana. You sang a song that was racist.
Well, I also called the monkey Jacob, so it was the white name was a monkey too. So it's like they were both monkeys.
Can I ask you a question? I've noticed over the past few weeks you have a little twitch in your left arm that happens.
Yeah, I do.
Was that from when you got tackled by the football player on?
That was in my old costume about 4 years ago. That was my. I still got that old costume. It's like it's all duct taped together. It's in bad shape.
So that twitch that you do with your left arm, is that because of the suit that you're wearing, or is that?
Well, I don't know. I should just concentrate on staying still. I'm kind of just sometimes I just kind of like to move it around to kind of keep my shoulders and back kind of the muscles moving around so that get stiff. But I should do a better job at concentrating to just stay still.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. I think we're making podcast history so far this episode.
Yes, it's fun to be here on Labor Day with you, Tony.
Oh yeah, it is Labor Day. What do you normally do on a Labor Day if you didn't have this right now?
I might be out water skiing right now or something.
That's what you do?
No.
No. So disappointed when you said that.
Do you practice singing a lot in front of mirrors?
Yeah, I try to. If I know I'm doing a song on this show, I'll try to rehearse and get ready.
So if I play a song right now, you'll be able to perform it?
Yeah, if you're ready, do it.
All right, let's try this. What's the name of the song?
Soul Sister number 9.
Soul Sister number 9.
Serious? Is this happening right now?
No, that's not the song. It's the other song.
Well, yeah, I think I have it.
Well, you can do that. If that's the only one you have, you can do it.
No, I can do both. It just...
Wait.
That was my other song called Send Me. That's another song.
He sent you another song?
Well, I changed my mind. I sent that song and then I changed my mind and switched it to another song.
Wow, look at you.
How long did it take for you to decide that you wanted to do a different song? Like, was it hours you were sitting there thinking about
it? No, it just kind of came to me because we've kind of been on this jungle fever theme for so long. I just kind of thought, man, let's just keep it going because, Soul Sister number 9. I mean, I've never made love actually to a black woman. I flirted with them, but, one female brother that does turn me on is Beyonce. I love her.
Female sister. Oh, wait.
She needs to drop that zero and get with the hero.
Oh, my God.
All right, well, let's hear it.
Yeah, turn
if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's the nonsense that I'm still struggling with CMC Share, Itar Adela, Davar Adela, Shada Lamba Nina, because when it comes to a certain area or a particular idea, when a person is totally blind, when a person is totally drugs, then ain't no shun Mia, Shiva Nafshis, Mishum Kevala Adela. This is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular idea in which I have no struggles, if there's a particular idea in which I am totally clean and pure, he says, Mishum Kevala Adela. I'm sorry, Mishum Kevala Adela. I have no desire in this particular idea. Hari Nikra Nefsham Adam Leva Shamayim, Tzaddik. The Indians always said Dalava or Tzaddik. So this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how Leva develops this. If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble in, a particular idea that I don't transgress, a particular idea in which I have no desire, the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress,
Yeah, God, I don't think it was ever gonna end. Holy shit, that was awesome. Wow.
Thank you. You're breathing heavy under there, huh?
Yeah. I'm surprised you used the word "you're like a dandelion." I was expecting something a little bit more racist.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of the way the lyrics came out of me. When I write my music, I just let it flow out of me. I don't really.
What's the deal with all of your songs being about hooking up with a black woman that you never actually hooked up with?
Well, like I said, I write about what I feel, and that kind of came out that way. So, I also like that. I like that female brother, Zoe Saldana, as an avatar.
Why do you call them female brothers?
That's so backwards. It's confusing.
Well, if you just say sister, they might think you're talking about a nun.
No, nobody's gonna think you're talking about a nut. It all depends on who you follow it up with.
And take off the ER and make it an A, and you're fine.
Nobody's gonna think you're talking about a nun when you say Beyonce.
Yeah.
Do you think that you write these songs because you and perhaps a black woman out there have some unfinished business? Is it something you still fantasize about?
Yeah, Halle Berry too. I like her feet. Did you see her Flintstones? How cute her feet look? Didn't you see Halle Berry in the Flintstones?
You're talking about the Flintstones, the movie?
Yeah.
No, nobody was looking at her feet during that.
You were. You know you were. You're lying.
All right, yeah, you got me. Okay, another hand for the Iron Patriot, everybody.
Thank you guys. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
This is the show where comedians do 60 seconds, and always a guest and I and my cohorts here, Red Band and Patriot, we all talk with the comedian for a bit, see what's going on, see if we can punch up their jokes. They can take it or leave it if they want, all for free. Always just giving away gold here on Pill Tony. And I always have one of my funniest friends come on and be a guest each week. Really excited about this week's guest. He's somebody who I've always looked up to since I started here many years ago, and I'm excited to have him. He's such an amazing guest that, in fact, he has
his own person who gives his introduction. So I'm just going to bring up that guy right now. Put your hands together for his introducer, Ryan Mervis. This is not the guest. This is the guy who introduces the guest.
Are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Give it up for the reigning Belly Room League champion, the manager of the Dead Kid Timmy, the lovely bearded Freddie.
Wow, everybody. Freddie Lockhart is in the house. So exciting. Give it up for Ryan Mervis one more time, everyone. His introducer. Fuck yeah, the champs. For those of you, and by those of you I mean everybody out there who are wondering what we're talking about, this championship. He is the defending Comedy Store fantasy football champion, everybody.
Made all the right fucking decisions. That's what I did.
This guy knows how to make moves this time of the year.
Won by 0.3 with the help of one Aaron Hernandez. Thank you.
Wow,
Yeah,
really?
his job for me and then got sent to Pokey. I made that happen. All
the best fantasy players are in prison.
Yeah, that's why you got to get them before they go.
I got OJ in round 2 this year.
Did you?
Yeah. Really hope.
Fucking dorks.
Jesus.
How dare you? This makes us closer to the players and they appreciate it.
This new setup, I just realized that now you're like behind me. I'm just gonna be like shocked all the time. We slanted the table differently for those you diehard fans that are following that closely.
It's so that when you guys are on stage, the guest is just looking at their butt the whole time.
Right. So now we have a better angle. And now the camera has changed. I'm sure you're watching on our good friends over in Vimeo. I'm sure that they noticed a slight change. So anyway, Freddie.
This is great, Tony. This is a real professional thing you got going here. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
He sings, he dances, the whole thing.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Can I ask you something, Freddie?
Yeah, please.
I did a little research on you today. First, I listened to your What's Good podcast.
Oh, okay, great.
I listened to that. I read about you. I wanted to ask you this. A few months ago, I was an extra on a film about Nina Simone, the jazz singer and civil rights activist.
Sure.
And Zoe Saldana is playing her in the movie, and she's got a lot of criticism because they say she's too light-skinned. And I noticed you have mulatto, too. How do you feel about that stuff?
It's the Comedy Store. It's shit shows. I actually prefer it. I refer to it as light-skinned, first of all. Or as Hollywood refers to as black, but I don't care. It's like whatever. You know?
Yeah, I think it's good she's doing the movie.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I mean, have you ever received criticism or discrimination from the...
None at all. My whole life, zero discrimination in any facet, anywhere at all. Not from either side. No.
I mean, from the Dr. Brothers.
No.
From the what? What'd you say?
Something racist.
No, it wasn't racist.
I think you just said nigger. That's what I was feeling.
The Patriots known for his accidental racism.
That's okay, you know.
Yeah.
It's slipping out.
He's from Texas.
I was born there.
Yeah, you were born in San Antonio.
Jesus, dude, that's creepy.
Yeah, he researches all the guests. He's the best head of security on any podcast.
That's pretty cool.
I like you. I've seen you on Ice House Chronicles. I've seen you on Joe Rogan Experience. I've been following you for a while.
Oh, cool. You'd think I would have noticed fucking Iron Man following me.
You know he loves you when his left arm twitches.
Yeah, I like him. That's a very impressive. I mean, that's super fucking impressive.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, Freddie, you said something that I brought up a couple times over the weeks on this podcast. I've always taken a moment to ask black comedians. I ask them, on behalf of all black people, all the pressure's on you right now. Why do some black people call other lighter-skinned black people light-skinned with 2 Ds?
It's just the vernacular. It's just how it goes. It's a regional dialect, if you really want to know.
Yeah, I do.
And it's usually in urban and southern areas. That's where it comes from. And it's actually, there was a documentary called Do You Talk English? And it turns out black people and white people from Boston and Philly speak English as it was supposed to have been spoken because we bastardized it from the British. So thanks.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Light skinned it. That makes sense.
And that's why all black guys have names like Jackson and stuff like that, like white British guys. Because the British ones owned us. You meet like a British guy, my name's Jerome Jackson. Hello. It's like Jerome Jackson sounds like a rookie running back.
I read a thing the other day that the first, I mean, I had heard it before, but I read the whole thing about the first slave owner was a black guy. Did you know that?
Yeah. I could see him starting that gangster shit and white people stole it.
Because they would have
That's some gangster shit,
he did it
slaving, right?
first.
Yeah.
Totally.
We always do it first. I steal from myself. My white side steals from my black side. Are you kidding me? You guys always steal shit.
Reading this article, and basically 3/4 of the way through it, I'm like, this guy, imagine if he started it, imagine all the white guys around him, like, this fucking guy's crazy.
Yeah.
We're going to take over all these businesses, and he started it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was some like Rothschild cruise shit from the wire. Like they were taking corners is what the fuck.
Because I guess the original guy was indentured servant, which was a whole thing that I did more research on too.
Where were you at one night? Just on Wikipedia?
I go off on these Wikipedia tangents, and that's exactly what I do.
I always do that too. I do that on YouTube, but then I always end up some guy telling a cop off. I always want to see that. Some guy just shoving it to a cop. Like, oh yeah, well here's the law. And one guy did. Like one guy threw the law in his face. The cop was like, is it true? He's like, yeah. And he's like, am I being detained? He's like, no, I guess not. But I was like, you're my hero.
I saw that one, and I love those videos. It's my favorite one.
And you have to be white to do shit like that too. I can't try. I can't look at me. They won't know what I am, but they won't go for it.
Right. That's so awesome. Freddie's one of the best impressionists that I know in the world. So I'm excited to see if anybody pops up and
like Tony Hinchcliffe, perhaps.
Whoa, that's a pretty good.
That's a pretty good impression.
You know, Tony.
Oh shit.
You know what? When Freddie has a cold, he can do a good Jesse Ventura.
Jesus, this guy.
Oh wow.
Jesse the Body Ventura.
Oh wow.
Used to be Jesse the Body Ventura. He sounds like every wrestler though. Yeah, Sunday brother.
Everybody said Sunday.
Sunday brother.
It's like a strip club DJ sound almost. You have
or the guy announcing the monster truck rally. Brother. Sunday.
All right. Well, we know what goes on here. Comedians come up and they do 60 seconds, and we talk to them. Yeah,
You're giving back. I like that.
It's true. Little comedy karma. You know, things are good tonight. The Comedy Central roast of James Franco is airing. So.
And you're here.
Yeah.
We can watch it here, right?
No, we can't watch it here because the Comedy Store has the only kind of cable I've ever heard of that doesn't get Comedy Central.
We ain't got cable. They got some rig.
They have like Fox Sports and shit. They have some weird.
They're stealing somebody's satellite signal or something. That's what it sounds like. Ill-gotten cable is what it sounds.
The rabbit ears on top of this building right now.
Wait a second. If you really think about it, when we tried to get internet here, they're like, no, we can't do it. We can't get internet here. Don't get the cable company involved. See?
Yeah. We're staying off the grid.
Yeah, that probably is.
Everything's off the grid here. That's zeros. Gotta laugh in the back. Comedy Store history.
Somebody knows who's serious.
Why is there a sewing kit where it's known as Tui out there? What is that?
Pair of scissors. This was we needed string earlier, and the closest we could get, thanks to our friends down at Pink Dot, the world's strangest convenience store.
Yeah. All the great place to get murdered.
Yeah. It's so creepy there.
Or to get a sandwich.
Nothing has a price tag on it. Everything's overpriced.
Everything's up for you can haggle it. How much do you want to pay for this?
Oh,
you could?
That's if you go during the day with
you like tuna melt? How much do you like tuna melt? What do you like to go up to bucket for tuna melt?
7, 8, 9, 10.
No, what can you do for me? Maybe none.
The bartering starts quick.
Bartering always works, especially in LA. I've bartered so much shit with nugs that we made people's day with nugs.
Oh yeah, they never see it coming.
The plumber, he didn't see it coming.
If you have half a joint on you, people think crazy.
I got the pool guy high. He's like, man, that's a man.
I guess it's like it must be hard for people to get hot.
Old school people who don't realize it's like fucking water. You know what? I can get a lid of weed, huh?
I remember when a dime bag was a dime.
It's like dime bags.
All right, so let's get this party started. Patriot, are
Well,
you
I
ready?
did that's so
Okay.
pretty.
If anybody doesn't, if anybody misses their spot, they get a permanent blacklisting. And when I say blacklist, the Patriot always makes this noise. Yeah, he makes that noise with his mouth, people. That's not a button that he pushes. Yeah, it's like what was that guy's name? Michael Winslow. He's like Michael Winslow meets Steve Gutenberg in an Iron Patriot suit. Laughed at the Gutenberg thing if you'd seen his music videos. You gotta look this up, by the way. Look up Dirty Crabber if you get a chance when you're at home.
So you're drawing a comic's name now.
Right? There's tons of names in the hat. Are you guys ready to get this thing started or what? What's that?
You can tell those are all comics. They're hip looking.
Some of them.
A lot of them are hip looking back there. The hip looking guys with beards.
Heck yeah. Oh yeah, I see them. Those people are. Where are you guys from?
I think anybody's got.
From the Valley?
I'm from the Valley. Yeah, the Valley. Till I
Yeah.
die.
Oh yeah. Hey, buddy, till I die. You got it.
You got it.
Yes, push. You listen to the podcast? Oh, well, thank you. Just some random stranger. Well, welcome, sir. You're in the right room. I picked a name, and the comedian's name, your first comedian tonight, is Flea Wiggins.
Yeah, so since Marv was up here earlier and the Iron Patriot was up here being racist, I'll just go with this one. That actually, not too long ago, actually banged a ginger. Forced by circumstance. Because I wanted to, so I had to. But the thing is, the first night that we ever hooked up, his roommate walked in on us, and his roommate just goes, "You guys look like Neapolitan ice cream." I was just mad he got me 2 of the 3 flavors. I was like, "There's the man keeping the sister down. Again, how come you get to be 2 and I'm only 1? You know, we're Neapolitan ice cream with caramel sauce. That's what we are. Now, equal, separate yet equal." But he grew up not knowing any black people, so he thought that not only would black men's cum be brown, but that it would taste like chocolate. Which I was like, I wish that your retarded childhood dream was true. There'd be so many more different kinds of guys in my background if Mexican cum tasted like dulce de leche. Many more cases. I went in there.
There you go. Oh yeah, Flea Wiggins talking about hooking up with a redheaded guy. Wow, that's interesting. What was that? Like, was it like a? But did you guys meet that night and just magic happened? You guys go on a date? Like,
No, he was a bartender at a bar I used to hang out at up in the Bay.
so you had known him for a while.
Yeah, a couple months.
The first time you saw him, were you like, oh yeah, fuck it.
The first time I saw him, I actually did literally think he was short.
Interesting. So he's
And
a short.
He's sort of built like Scott Conn, like sort of like very compact, sort of like bow-legged. That was the only thing that kind of appealed to me.
Wow, this guy just sounds terrible.
But he was awesome actually. He was too much of a cuddler. I think that was his thing. He liked to cuddle a lot.
You're a comic. We don't cuddle.
No, don't touch me.
Weird.
What? I love cuddling. I cuddle all day.
Nice. I like roll over in the morning. I was like, why are you?
I like to sleep with my dick inside of her.
But that's okay as long as nothing else about you is touching her.
That's power cuddling right there.
It's totally locked and loaded.
Seems take it. Wow, just leave it in.
That would be fine with me though. Just if it was only the dick and nothing else was touching her.
Oh, there you go.
I'd be okay with that.
Just a fan of power cuddle or no cuddle at all. That's interesting. I like cuddling. You don't like cuddling at all?
After I'm done sexing up, get off. Yeah.
Go to our separate corners like boxes.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta go see my cut man now. Get the fuck off.
But then afterwards, do you go back?
Sometimes I go back for a little seconds, man. Most of the time I
No,
just
I'm talking about
watch HBO Go on the iPad. Go to fucking sleep.
Got me back to cuddle.
Do you go back to cuddling? Not for
She
seconds.
doesn't like to cuddle either, and that's the thing, you know. She's like Puerto Rican, so she gets hot really
Do
easily.
you sleep with like a pillow between your legs or something?
Yeah. No, I don't sleep with a pillow between my legs.
Do you sleep with a pillow between your legs?
Sometimes.
Do you sleep with a pillow between
No, I sleep with the girl between my legs.
And I have one hand on her tit, I have my dick inside her, my leg like this. It's funny and awesome. It's just like perfect. It's like you're two puzzle pieces put together.
There you go. There you go.
And you have the air conditioning turned on like 40 degrees, so you don't sweat. You're just locked, like keeping each other warm and surviving.
How many girls do you get pregnant with this thing?
None.
Really? Even with the dick inside all night long?
Yeah, it seems like if you let a dick marinate inside of a vagina all night long, some type of life form would have to grow it.
Or some kind of fusion would take place.
But you have to have a period first before that you can even get pregnant.
That's okay.
All right, I see what you did there.
This guy.
I know what you did there. And then you lean back after that like that.
Boys can't get pregnant.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck yeah, I love Neapolitan ice cream. I love that reference there. That's fun.
Thank you.
That was pretty good when she talked about the brown cum coming out of the brother's banana. I've heard people talk about like chocolate milk coming out of it.
The brother's banana too. He can't make enough monkey references while talking about black
No,
people.
I was saying I like that joke. That was funny. I've heard chocolate milk jokes about
No, that was good.
females and breasts, but I've never heard that.
I'm not on board with that soul system of nice song, brother. Look, the Andrew reference is like an afro thing or something. It's very subtly racist. But it's from ignorance, which I feel like I
Subtle racism is more offensive than overt racism. It's overt racism, you just own it.
I said I'm in love with Soul Sister #9. I said it's a compliment.
But it's like a fetish. It's not like a fetish.
I love it. What was the, I like the, Dolce de Leche part, is that a thing?
Yeah. I have references for all the bakeries.
And then the Mexican thing was, what was
That's
that?
what the Mexican cupcakes like those they go
That's
in.
what, that was good.
It seems like you could go on and on with a whole ice cream run
Yeah.
of,
I've been trying to think of the one.
like the guy that like is abusive. It's like Rocky Road. And we could go on and on with ice cream references all day.
So like,
But what do I know?
No, I like it. I'm gonna explore that platform.
Tons of ice creams to be had. Clee Wiggins, everybody.
Clee Wiggins.
If you're on Twitter, why don't you follow her at Clee the Pimp? That's Clee, Klee, the Pimp.
Clee the Pimp.
At Clee the Pimp. Fuck yeah, that's fun. So that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes we just listen and chat with people. Sometimes we have brilliant ideas. Sometimes the Patriot just fucking twitches his little arm off.
Calls out racial slurs.
Yeah, when the brothers come out of their banana. I mean, what the fuck are you thinking over there? I love it though.
Brother, like when you say brother with a hard R, it tells me you say nigger with a hard R.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that because of his accidental racism, the Patriot bought that suit because he was getting beat up by black people all the time. It's just like, that's why it's all dented and shit. The fuck you say, boy? All right. Back into the black bucket we go.
Horse.
Ori Amir. Put your hands together for Ori Amir. Oh, he's a jumper. Here he is.
Good evening, gentlemen. American women. So my accent is half Hebrew, half German, and yes, I've been unsuccessfully trying to kill myself for years. And I'm stuck with the accent. I can't fix it. But if I could, maybe I could see more American if I say American things. Like, yo, this is America. Speak English. Jesus loves you. Sign here. Damn scientists lying about global warming. Oh my God, I'm also a member of the National Rifle Association. Give me one of those cool handshakes. Guns, yeah, freedom. I love the English language. I love how rich your vocabulary is. You got words like communist, socialist, Marxist, Maoist, anti-American, and these are only the synonyms for poor. I've been learning English words.
All right, that's a powerful 60 seconds. Put your hands together for Ori Amir.
Ori, man, that was good.
I fucking love you. Where are you from?
Israel.
Wow.
Straight out of Israel.
How long have you been here?
5 years.
That is so cool.
You know why I liked him? He came up here and he got right to fucking business.
Yeah.
It's like, I got 60 seconds, son.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw down. And he did it. Didn't he do it? He did it.
Nothing but daggers the whole time. Just fucking quick lightning jokes.
Yeah.
That's so fun. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A couple of years.
He did it. You talk about who you are, where you're from, until you're famous.
Yeah.
And he did just that in 60 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. What else do you do? What else do you live here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I'm doing a PhD here.
A PhD?
I study brains, yes.
Oh, really?
Wow. You're like Freud.
Yeah, I actually, we do like fMRI studies, like when you look what happens in the brain under various things.
Various things? You sounded really smart until the end
yes,
there.
various things. It has brains, it has parts.
Wow.
No, I think he was going to throw out a word and he knew we would understand.
Right.
Actually, look at what happens when you enjoy comedy. Like, that's the last thing I did. So, parts and all.
Oh, wow, that are affected by humor.
So you basically go inside the scanner with them and you're like, have you ever noticed how crowded it is? Don't laugh, you're moving your head. Disturb the signal.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're doing studies on that, on how laughter affects the brain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Check out his shoes.
Oh yeah, those shoes are fucking baller, man.
Yeah, those are baller. They look like you went paintballing.
Yes, it was white. I'm just a messy eater.
Those are great. I like them. I like this guy.
Yeah, that's so cool. So you're like super smart. What are you gonna do with your whole PhD thing once you get it?
I don't know. Probably look for a job doing the same stuff I do now.
How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
32.
Oh wow, you're a young man. And but you've been in every country, and your passport's like looks like fucking janky. It's just got stamps everywhere. Been to a lot of places.
What's your favorite place that you've been to?
Colombia.
Ooh, Colombia. He's like, this Colo is fucking pure.
People are awesome.
Yeah.
Nature is great.
Wow. That is awesome. What'd you end up doing with the Colombian girl that you met there? Just getting crazy? Did you guys do it by the beach like they do in movies?
Actually, yes.
Did you have the mob after you?
No. I had them stop the bus and help us. They wanted to help us with the guns and stuff. But they didn't.
Yeah, the guns. They run the guns.
They wanted help with they asked for like people who knows how to clean guns. Which I'm not.
He's 32. Like, I'm 34. When you meet guys who are like, he's on his way to being a fucking doctor, and I'm a level 55 in Call of Duty.
I know, it is pretty crazy.
That's amazing what he's been doing with his time and what I've been doing with mine.
What I want to know, like, what I find interesting is a guy as smart as you, like, how seriously do you take the stand-up thing? Like, is it something that you'd rather do other than that? Or
do you dabble? Is this like squash?
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the most fun things ever.
I can tell he loves it.
You do a lot of spots?
Occasional ones. Not too many. Moderation.
Interesting. I think you're very, very funny and very, very interesting. Keep doing what you're doing. I'd recommend doing more spots. You're so smart that you could break at any point. Don't let anybody tell you that you started too late, because you're very funny and extremely smart. So use that to your advantage. That's Ori Amir, everybody. There he goes. A fucking genius. Who dabbles in stand-up comedy and kills.
Working on his PhD. We gotta go write jokes.
Hello, I studied the brain. You may have heard of it, even though you're a fucking idiot. Put your hands together for your next comedian. Very funny man who I've seen here before. Put your hands together for Lil Bro, everybody.
I love Latino women. You know why I love Latino women? Because they know how to take a punch. Seriously. Like other women you hear, you know, they either want to call the authorities or fight back or call a brother. But I can make that joke because I got a Mexican wife. I got her in Tijuana for $50. She's an equestrian. I know she loves horses. Bought her from a guy for $50, man. So I don't have her yet. He's shipping her to me. I guess it's a mail order bride. I don't know. I gave him my P.O. box, so I didn't want to give him my real address. Just in case shit don't work out and I have to get rid of her. So I got a room at Motel 6, so we stay in there. I had it delivered to my P.O. box. So that's all I got. That's a new joke I'm working on.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So my immediate thing. Put your hands together for Little Bro, everybody. Little Bro. There you go. Yeah. It's extremely funny from the top. I could tell the first thing that you wrote was that initial, first line, and now you're trying to make it bigger from there. That they can take a punch. And I like that you bail out of that and rationalize it. Are you really married? You don't have a Mexican?
No. I actually wrote a long story of how I met her and how I love her, and how the guy's going to send her to me, and I give him my P.O. box because I'm waiting, down at the post office. She's going to end up being there waiting on me to get there, because I actually have a joke about it.
That's what I was waiting for, was when you mentioned the P.O. box, like, you got to mention, how you're just going to check it out, you know what I mean? Or, like, see what you're dealing with. And if you're going to keep playing it like that thing's real, then I would also rationalize, like, it's only $50. That's just enough for me to not care and be able to drive away without putting this thing in the car, whatever ends up showing up to that post office. You know what I mean? So it's still worth it. It's not like, thousands of dollars. So
you could even say that you were unsure and you took her home for a week to try her out, but you got the insurance and you take her back because she was broken. Something like that.
For real.
Yeah, or that when the box came, it was such a strong box because Mexicans make such sturdy products that you couldn't even open the box, and she just
opened it like 10 of her fucking cousins ran out of it.
There it is. Yeah.
Hold on, I got it for the price of one.
I like his energy. He's got good energy. He came out swinging. He came out throwing haymakers, and that was good.
Absolutely. Totally.
He's got an orange. Orange is a great color because it's also a smell, a sight, and a taste.
Heck yeah. Orange is the new black.
It is the new black. It is the new black. He's got an orange watch on. He knows what time it is.
Is that G-Shock?
Yeah. Where are you from? Houston, Texas. Same place Ghetto Boys are from.
He's dressed like he's performing comedy in a construction zone.
Yeah, I know.
This is like a casual day. It's a holiday. So.
But we always get it crisp like that from head to toe matching. Like I'll try to sometimes not match so much on purpose, but I'll look at it just head to toe monochromatic. That's how we do it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey man, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There he is.
Oh, I like the spelling of his name too.
Lil Bro is on Twitter at Lil Bro. That's Lil LILBROUGH. For those of you that are huge fans of comedians with their names spelled as hard as they can be spelled, you must love Lil Bro. Bro spelled BROUGH. Lil Bro.
Hey, he could also be called No Foe.
This guy, man.
What the fuck, man? What is wrong with you? I can tell after he says these things, he laughs because you can see him like jitter up and down.
Why don't you just take off into the sky? That'd be fucking amazing.
People fucking go crazy about the Iron Patriot. I mean, everybody loves him. Like, I guess, I never get to listen to the podcast. I watch it from time to time and check out the visual part of everything. But I never get to listen. But it seems like everybody who listens and watches gets the feeling of how much and how liked the Iron Patriot really is.
And it's a lot of fun for me because people send me questions, and all day long I answer questions about Kill Tony.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know they can watch it. I'll direct them with a link to where they can watch it on Vimeo. They don't even, and they go, I didn't even know I could watch it.
Yeah, it's all blowing up for you, man.
So I like people to see me and see my costume, and then they'll ask, about my costume. And it's been a lot of fun because 3 months ago I didn't even have a Twitter account, and now I'm just having a lot of fun every day I go on there.
It's on stuck, dude. It's stuck.
Can somebody push the reset button on the back of his
Control-Alt-Delete in the back. It'll do it.
All right, let's keep this fun train moving along. Your next comedian's name is Dustin Emery.
So, that I know of, I've never had a dick. And I say that I know of because how I know dicks are like spiders, you don't know it, but about 7 dicks a year can crawl into your mouth, obviously. I'd be like, back into that shit too, guys. Sleep heavy and... but anyways, pretty sure never had a dick in my mouth, but I have had very vivid dreams where I'm sucking somebody. And which results in a disturbing dilemma for the straight man because now I feel like I know what it's like to have dick in my mouth. Like what it's like to have your girlfriend enjoy it, like what it's like to choke on it, even what it's like to chew on it. Just a little bit. I'm not gonna like chomp down on my own dream dick. Little nibbles. Anyways, that's it.
Okay, Dustin Emery. There's an interesting, what I find interesting about what you just talked about is having a dream about sucking your own dick. Like it seems like there would be a wealth of.
I've had that dream.
Really?
It is a possibility.
What are you doing? Do you feel it? Do you feel it?
No, I just go, what the fuck am I doing? And I'm ashamed.
And you're like totally flexible and just able to do that?
Like I must have thrown out some ribs
right.
to do it. I don't know how I just all of a sudden.
Where I'm sucking 2 of my dicks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just gay as fuck, bro. One of those dicks can't possibly be yours. I mean, I'm sucking 2 of my dicks. I mean, one of them looks like Lil Bro's dick, but, sucking 2 of your own dicks. Do you have 2 dicks?
No.
Then you're gay, bro. You just came out of the closet.
How long have you been doing comedy for?
Yeah, how long have you been doing it?
I've done 2 open mics now.
Oh,
okay,
awesome.
Then, you know what? I think the thing in the beginning is he should have said it, what you opened with, then let it land for a second because you got right back into it. Because let it land because it's an absurd thing. And they're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then you get into it. Because sometimes you get into it and you have to like give it a shot and you see a lot of jaws drop like, I'm going to hear about dicks, but make it funny, you know?
Did you have a wet dream?
I've actually only ever had.
But you didn't have it when you were sucking your own dick. Like I think there's something funny in that. Like that you couldn't get yourself to finish with your own blowjob. Like there's something in that. There's something in a bunch of that. I would stay in the pocket on the dream. I would analyze.
The dream frees you of all creepiness.
Right.
It does.
Right. I would not mention the part where you're sucking 2 dicks.
1 dick minimum there.
Definitely.
1 dick maximum.
1 dick minimum. So true. Oh my god, totally. I mean, if you're sucking a dick in a dream, always
make sure it's your dick. Make sure it's your own dick.
But there's definitely a great premise there. That's so cool that you've only done this a couple times.
Good for you. You didn't seem like you got business.
Yeah, keep doing it all the time as often as you can if you're interested in it. And, yeah, I mean, guys that look like you are getting jobs over geniuses like me. So, I mean, it's a great time to look like that.
Yeah.
Not many jobs. I'm still doing pretty fucking good. But, it's your time.
You look like Keanu Reeves. It's a good time.
Absolutely. Look at this guy.
Yeah, it's a good. Look at this.
So the one thing I would say, though, but this is more you just learn because you've only been doing, a very short period of time, and then you'll learn this. But the biggest thing I would say is to act like you're saying that as you, instead of because I could kind of tell you kind of like wrote it out. You're kind of almost going.
Yeah, I can tell you're trying to remember how to say it verbatim.
Yeah,
instead of like, no, this is actually me.
It's a thought for you.
Like if I was talking to you and you were telling me this story, you wouldn't be doing it like that. You'd be doing it like, so I was like sucking this dick. And you know what I mean? Like it would be more believable as you instead of, but you'll learn that.
Right. That comes from just doing it a lot. But so far, at least you're putting yourself in a position to have interesting premises. So there you go. That's Dustin Emery, everybody. You don't have a Twitter? Get a Twitter, dude.
Get a Twitter, bro.
It's time.
Don't be that guy. Get a Twitter.
It's never too late. Just get on Twitter.
Do my own thing, man.
Yeah. At open mic number 30, you'll be on Twitter and you'll be like, why didn't I just get on Twitter when
it's always the hesitant people who actually get on and start killing it.
Oh yeah, totally. They come out of nowhere.
How much have you been doing comedy, Freddie?
13 years this year.
Did you start at the comedy store?
I did. It was my very first time here.
Me too.
Yeah.
So you went through all this already.
Yeah.
Like a long time ago, doing the open mics and stuff.
Yeah. Old school.
They just got rid of the Sunday open mic.
What is
what I heard.
Sunday open mic?
That's crazy. Yeah. I don't know.
The crowd is getting freaked out.
What? I know, right? Yeah, it's only a tradition of 40 plus years, in which pretty much all of our favorites and
No more new comics ever. Yeah, because they figured,
Hey, let's cut our future by cutting out the future comics hanging out here. Seems like a great idea.
there we go.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting situation. I feel like this is like the 9 a.m. report of 9/11, where it's like the 10 a.m. report's like, what the fuck just happened? And it's like so fresh off the presses that people are just like, can't even digest it yet. But it's
like when the plane. It's like you're gonna show me 2 planes hitting the news. Then I'll be scared.
Right.
It's like 2 dicks. You don't need that.
And we were talking about this outside. It benefits us.
Then you're fine. 2 dicks, you're fine.
Oh, there's a 1 dick minimum.
1 dick minimum. That would imply that you get to order many dicks.
We were talking about outside that it benefits us than not having a show for the 40 comics on Sunday, because then technically we would get more time, right, a paid spot for the amount of money that they pay us, and so it's really interesting because even though it benefits me, I can clearly see why that is there's no other comedy club that has an open mic like this.
Yeah, they need to get that back.
It's interesting.
And it keeps this place going.
And I'm pretty sure everybody just wants to work stuff out. I mean, they'll end up, the people, it needs to be just marketed as for what it is, because Sunday is like one of the coolest nights to come here.
Yeah, anybody knew the first time I ever went out, I saw like Chris Rock being in a band and be like, we played on the same stage as Zeppelin, bro. The first fucking night we ever did it.
Yeah, everybody comes in.
Yeah.
If Chappelle's here, they're coming in.
Dice came in, but he used to come in the first time I met Dice. I was like, hi, Andrew Dice Clay. Get the fuck out of here.
I know, exactly. I've only seen Dice on Sundays here. I introduced him to my mom on a Sunday night.
I know, you make all these rookie mistakes when you're
Oh my god.
Dice, this is my uncle. Fuck your uncle.
Right.
What, did he fuck your mom?
No, why would he fuck my mom?
No, like what happened?
No, I was with my mom, and Dice walked by, and I go, Dice, this is my mom. And he goes, what do you want me to do? Shake her hand, give her a hug?
Your mom's a who? Okay.
No, he was really nice.
Wasn't he that cool? I mean, I say you've been coming here a while.
Right.
Be nice now.
Right. He gets it. But, hopefully this Sunday thing will clear itself up. It's an interesting.
Is there something that's being replaced? Or are they just doing like shows?
It'll be like a Tuesday or a Wednesday night show. Which all that needs to be known about is that the same comics that would do the spot for 15 minutes there are here on those Sunday nights anyway to do a pop-in spot.
Right.
It's just an interesting thing at the bottom ground of comedy, and since we do this show, I figured it'd be worth mentioning. It's an interesting thing happening there. So
we should pick it and start.
I would pick it if I was an open.
I bet you the comics are like, hey, there's a fucking bucket.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, we already just lost a spot on Sunday. Get your hand in the bucket, Dick. All right, put your hands together for your next comedian, Des Delgadito. You've been blacklisted, Des.
Wait, say it properly, though. They might not have... I'll give him a chance.
How the fuck does he have such good handwriting? Put your hands together for Des, everybody. Are you here? He should be coming. I mean, he's not deaf, right?
Oh, nothing on that. What are you guys? Does he know he's outside?
You guys are jerks. Oh, he was the guy under 21.
Wait a second. He's blind and he's under 20. Well, you can technically, by rule, the performer can come in just to perform.
You got a wireless mic you can take out there?
Go grab him. That's cool, right? Yeah, I could just, okay. All right, so let's do one more while Des is coming, right?
I've always had a fantasy.
I'm sure that's going to take a couple minutes.
I've always had a fantasy to actually have sex, like, to meet a beautiful blind girl. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah. No, she doesn't know how hot she is. You know, you treat her like she's a little bit.
Well, you just...
she has no idea she's a 10. You're like, you're all right. You're okay. But you needn't be talking to me like that. I'll fucking leave you.
They need to have a website to find these. Because what are they doing? There's probably gymnasiums of these blind girls.
Gymnasiums?
Yeah.
Is that a unit of measurement?
Yes. When it comes to blind.
Is that happening? Is somebody getting dead? Is he still here? Really interesting. A comedian under 21 who's blind. I mean, this guy's going to be a star no matter what.
Oh, yeah. He should be on there.
Stand up. Is this thing on? You know what I mean? Like, any joke is automatically funny when you're blind. I mean, what can't be? How can you not kill? He's going to. He's already starting and he's under 21. Like, I'm honored to meet this guy. Des Del Gado. He's got to change his last name. We'll talk about that. It's going to be interesting no matter what. It's like comedy history. I almost like the anticipation leading up to it.
This might take a while.
Yeah, let's just do one more.
You can't see stairs and things like that.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw him in the back. I saw him coming up there.
So is he wearing like sunglasses or
something? But he did have the cane. The cane like Rabbi had in Christmas story. Definitely walked in.
So we'll do one while we're waiting. Put your hands together for Peter Christian Hessing.
Yes. Peter Christian Hessing.
This guy better be fucking blind. Then he's blacklisted.
Blacklisted. Tommy. Done with.
I love it. There you go. It's done. We'll never hear of Peter Christian Hessing again. What are you, blind? Anyway. All right, well, there you have it. That's still good. Delito is going to be a star one day, but I guess it doesn't start here tonight.
He's probably just pink dot, like going in circles.
Probably heard me say his name, and he's on stage in the main room right now.
of the House of Blues.
This is not going well. I mean... I thought there was like at least 30 or 40 people that said they were going to this show, but I mean, I am really bombing up here. I know I walked up on the stage. All right, put your hands together for your next comedian, Cody Morley, everybody.
Cody Morley.
There he is.
Guys, I think I'm exactly young enough, very young as you can be, still remember pornography was a hard thing to get. Remember, you had to go down in the basement, some weird corner, open up a busted A blanket, push a red button, bookcase opens up, you slide down, you're in your dad's clothes, now you gotta answer Sphinx's riddles. You get them all right, you can go down the hallway, but you gotta run, because if you walk, then you're not gonna beat the giant boulder following you. Go to where the hallway narrows, you get the wall, secret door. Dig in the old sea chest, not the new sea chest, that's a trap, it might be a VHS tape. That's what your dad says to my dad, obviously Batman, so wax on blonde 13, what my dad likes. Then you needed privacy. See how it's so low. All you do is track it. Just all you do is go. Can't have your own. From the show, I think I only got minutes, so.
Yeah, you nailed it. 7.7 seconds. That's Cody Morley. What's a sea chest? Yeah. Something to say with pictures. Yeah, I'd say like one of the guys in the Navy like takes belong. Sea chest. Yeah, this is treasure chest was made for it. Yeah, I feel like treasure chest. A round of applause out there. How many of you knew what he meant by sea chest originally? Sarah wants to try to be smart. I knew what it was. 4 more people that are two people. 1 and 2, and this guy started clapping before I got to the end of the question. When I said how many of you knew, my round of applause, I'm a fucking genius. I know what kind of boxes they were using when they were shipping things across the... Is that how you talk? I knew it. I have no idea who you are, but you have the look of a fucking guy that's just my fucking life.
I think it says, what do you want from me? What do you want from me?
Right? Are you from New York City? Philly? Where are you?
South Florida.
Florida? Like Miami? What do you mean South Bay?
No, South Bay Shore, Brooklyn?
What?
Everybody's yelling like
Northern California? That's
South Bay.
Glendale.
Southern San Francisco.
Cerritos Auto Square.
Oh.
Can you name a city that you were near?
San Pedro. It's all around there, you know? It's not 30 miles, though. So it's not bad. So, what do you think? We're talking about let's talk about his jokes. I totally forgot about you. I liked his porno joke about that. His porno was hard to score. When I was a kid, you had to go to the 7-Eleven behind the 7-Eleven in the bush. Like, it was sort of slangy gallery, like the hardcore ones where you would open the page and say, "Go work on it." But you would get it where your cop buddies, like your dad was a cop or somebody like that. That's where you'd score more, but it wasn't.
My dad just had a stack underneath his fucking clothes in the closet, and they all had water damage. And it was water damage. It wasn't like
my actual dad had an actual bat cave you had to sneak in.
Really?
In a corner of the basement with a secret door.
Yeah, like
that door actually came from.
I didn't have a dad, but I had an uncle who, and my uncle owned a bar. So what would happen was, this was a lot of my first jerking off moments. What happened was he had this amazing satellite dish that when I was like, whatever, 13 or 12 or whenever that happened, but the channels would just come in. But what's interesting is since it was on the second floor of this bar that he owned, there was a TV above his TV that had what was going on in the bar. So I knew when he would be coming up the stairs and shit, so I'd be watching both TVs, just like, oh God, I really hope I don't get caught. It's so weird.
What happens if you finish, but you're looking at the wrong TV?
Right, exactly. Then
you're staring at your uncle.
You blew a load on your
wall.
Anyway, Cody Morley, everybody.
He's
at Cody Morley.
Uncles are used to it. That's why you don't look at the porn on your phone, because then somebody texts you like your buddy does, and you're like, oh, I got my,
Yeah.
You texted me, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
During a phone
During a session. I didn't have the iPad in there. No.
Apple
device was local.
I so rarely do that. I remember when I got my iPhone and I first looked at porn on it, I was amazed. Like, this is a fucking revolution. Like, we went from Snake to watching a normal porno.
Yeah, feature length.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much porn back then either, Tony. The most I could hope for is like, Parkies where they had that shower scene, or, Fast Times at Ridgemont High with Phoebe Cates coming out of the pool.
That was nice. Yeah, it's hard.
Judge Reinhardt was jacking off in the bathroom. That was a good one.
I have a question for you, Patriot.
No, that's not the part people remember. It's the Phoebe Cates part that people remember.
That was the whole scene. I mean, the music was the Cars. That Cars song that was so kind of living in stereo. That was a great scene.
I have a question for you, Patriot. What are the top 3 keyword search words that you type in when you're looking up porno?
I'll tell you, if you want to see some pretty feet, go to UJizz and type in Brandy Bell feet.
Jesus, that was not the question I asked. I can't believe you just said the words "go to UJizz."
Go to UJizz. Type in Little Orphan Annie.
Listen to my question, Patriot. When you're going to jerk off on a porno website, what are 3 words that you find yourself typing in sometimes? Not all in the same time, but at different times. Your 3 favorite things that you're into.
Petite, feet, natural, hairy.
Whoa! Why hairy? Good thing that I specifically asked for your top 4.
Yeah. Wait, what's with the hair? Is that like having like bush and no bush?
Bush, wall-to-wall carpeting, your old
Yeah, I like a little bush. It turns me on.
But yeah, dirty crabber.
There's still part of me that has a little love for the bush because we grew up on the bush, but the cleanliness factor is far better today.
Well, it's if it's a bush or if it's just like not taken care of.
If it's thickets and shit,
Yeah,
what nothing to do with it.
Where it's like you're putting your dick in her and you're pulling her butthole hair.
And an ecosystem in it.
Not really into it at all.
Yeah.
I'm anti-bush. I really am. I just can't. It reminds me of like I must have seen my mom's vagina when I came out of it, and there was probably a bush there. My mom seems like the kind of lady that would have a bush, and I'm sure I saw that vagina on my way out, and I'm like, I don't need to ever see anything like that.
Everybody's mom's got a bush. Who's filthy worms?
Right. Whose mom is that dirty of a slut that she's fucking pulling out the razor?
Yeah. I can't stop looking at Freddie's beard and thinking about Bush.
It's true. Me too.
Well, when I go down there and I eat at Delia's, where I really have to pull this thing back.
Oh, I bet. You gotta
put the fucking loofah.
Put the rubber band in and pull off the Captain Lou Albano.
But sometimes I'll leave it on and come up and let the days. I like that.
Let's keep this fun train moving along. There's nothing from Des, huh? Nothing from the blind guy? Oh, what a shame. Oh. All the potential I could see in him. Your next comedian is Frank Castillo.
Hey everyone. So I started prematurely balding when I was 19. Okay. The thing that sucks is no one is ever honest with you when you start balding. I didn't get the hint until my mom bought me a yarmulke for Christmas. We're not even Jewish. I opened it up and I was like, Mom, are we converting? She's like, no. You are, Q-Ball. Thank you. That's what I got.
Yeah.
That was 21 seconds. Is there anything else you're working on? All right, well, first, let me just tell you that the only thing that I didn't like was the absolute opening of I started prematurely balding at 19. And the okay, because you just need to go on to the next thing, and right into your next sentence, because that's not really a punchline. So when you're like, okay, people are like, was I supposed to laugh at that? But you really don't need to, because that's not really a punchline. That's just your setup anyway. So into the premature balding, into the Jew thing, which I think is hilarious. Is there anything else that you're working on?
Not that I feel comfortable with. I'm still writing.
What's the premise of the new idea that you'd be uncomfortable talking about?
All right, so my girlfriend is, I have a girlfriend, and she's really good at cooking, and I love her cooking. I love it so much that it ruins hot chicks for me. Every time that I see a hot chick, I have to really decide whether or not it's going to be worth it. I see a hot chick, she's like, you're cute, but it's enchilada night tonight. I can't miss this. All right.
There's something there, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Again, when you started that
hot puss or hot plate,
right.
Something like that.
Right.
And then you pick it into the cigarette. I don't know. I'm sorry.
You got more and more.
You just got dicey.
Very dicey. I'll point out.
She's a hoa, and I was fucking her, and it's that. Then the laugh.
Pepperoni nipples on pepperoni pizza.
There you go. It's good. There's something there. I know what he's talking about, because there's girls far hotter than my girl, but it is. It's like she cooks really good. And I even explore with that. It's like, girl, 7s take care of you, 10s not so much. 10s take care of themselves. That's why the fucking 10s.
Right. Yeah, there's I would also just be more clear on the front end of it. It's going to help you a lot in that payoff on the end if you're more clear, because the way that you're saying it now, you say that you have a girlfriend, and then when you see a hot chick, so we don't know whether you're saying that your girlfriend's not hot, because you don't say that, so it's sort of misleading, whereas the idea is funnier than how you're saying it right now, which is fine, because I sort of drug it out of you anyway. You didn't want to talk about it. But, take the importance of the setup being so important. It's as important as the punchline. It needs to be quick, concise, fun, to the point, because that all adds up to the payoff in the end. This balloon that you're blowing up for one quick pop, every breath counts. The more air that's into it, the louder the pop's going to be. So, be clear on those setups and keep rocking and rolling. If you're on Twitter, his name is @FrankCComedy, right?
Yep.
There you go. That's Frank Castillo.
Frank Castillo!
A lot of names in the bucket today.
Let's do Rapid.
Rapid 2. Rapid. Luke Schwartz. Come on down. Oh yeah, the killer.
Yeah, still going.
guys do this thing where they carry like a condom around with them all the time, like in their backpack or their car, wherever. Like just hope springs eternal. Like there's just gonna be like some sex emergency that you're just gonna have to like jump in and just fuck. But like it doesn't ever happen like that. Clearly. But the closest I could get as a single guy, like carrying that condom around to like using that condom, is if I saw a sexual assault like happen. That would be the only place I could use the condom, and like I'd have to like run up to this dude and be like, look, I know you're a sociopath and you like have no feelings, but like I also want your dick to feel nothing too. And that was my attempt. Sorry, everybody.
Brian, in the very beginning of that, Brian pulled out this fucking pancaked magnum, disgusting fucking. It looks like you've been sitting on that for months.
No, this is fresh. I just put this in. I always keep a condom in my back pocket.
True and not fun.
Here's something I would say.
I keep them at home where I fuck.
Sometimes you're behind, picked up with that blind girl.
Sex emergency.
Yeah, sex emergency. I've had that. You never had that happen where you go to a girl's house, you're like, oh, I'll go back to your house and have a glass, and then you're like, oh shit, you don't have a condom?
We used to carry him around like in 8th grade, thinking we were going to get the puss. Like he was saying, like was going to attract puss. Like he should go somewhere to that because it's like like carrying the keys to a Mercedes won't attract the Mercedes. It's like nowhere will carrying a condom attract pussy. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
but we thought that in 8th grade that because it's back there, it will come.
Yeah, that and where I thought you were going to go was somewhere like along the lines of what you keep in your pocket instead. And plus, again, sort of like with Carlos, there's a little bit of confusion in your setup because what you say is some guys keep a condom in their back pocket, and that doesn't really work. But you're not making it clear that doesn't work for you. It seems like you're dogging those guys that have it, but it's not.
That works for me.
Right. It works for other guys.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying. Okay, I'm not trying to.
Maybe it's something like, I'll tell you, I bet you anything this would kill. Like if you said something like, a guy like me, something like, even if I had a condom in my pocket, you still have that face. So it doesn't matter what the fuck's in your pocket because they don't see the condom in the pocket. That's not the first thing they see. They're not seeing you and going, oh, this guy's safe.
That's still me.
Right. Yeah. They're going, this guy looks like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
And if he has a condom in his pocket, he also has a corpse under the stairs or something like that. Like I would really talk about that you look like a serial killer. More often.
That's the vibe I want to put out there. It's like,
I mean, you really got to acknowledge it. You got to talk about what it's like living life from.
I would say it doesn't work for me. I don't carry a condom in my pocket. I carry mace.
That's not the worst.
For innocent victims.
Right. Just for fun.
Just get raped.
Hey, at the end of the joke, you were talking about the only time you get to use it is if you saw somebody getting raped and you put it on that guy. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
A sociopath, you were going to put the peel on his banana?
Oh my god, that's what that was all for.
Yeah, he's waiting for the end to say peel.
He's doing his lap bubble. It's so blatant when he laughs in that suit. It's my new favorite thing.
But yeah, in the end, I'm completely confused on all that. Like, you saw somebody getting, sexually raped or whatever like that, that you would put the condom on him so he wouldn't feel it?
That was the only way I could use the condom.
You could find something funnier than that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting reach that you're going for with that. But, there might be something there, like, that...
Because a condom's hard to put on. When somebody's getting raped, you have a chance.
I'm not, concerned with the logistics. I was just going for the life.
Oh, my God. The Patriot out of nowhere from 3 Point. Well, I happen to know when I'm raping girls, it's not easy to put a condom on whatsoever.
so I keep it on all day.
Right. Like a real rapist.
I don't like condoms.
Jesus Christ. Duh. Oh.
No one was like, that guy loves condoms.
All right. Luke Schwartz, everybody. There he goes. Yeah, that's fun, right?
Yeah, that's good. There's something there.
What would Morgan Freeman say about Luke Schwartz? Where are we at? Let's do one more out of the bucket, and then we're going to move on to our final segment of the show. Hopefully. Mike Glazer.
Mike Glazer. Hey, what's up, y'all? Growing up, I enjoyed doing magic. Yeah, like a Jew who likes making coins appear all the time. Really fun to do. I'd pull them out of people's ears, which was nice because then I'd get a quarter and it felt good, and I enjoyed that idea. But then I was doing children's birthday parties in high school, and I wanted to try hypnotism, and no one would let me put their boy in a trance. So I don't know how they practice. How do hypnotists practice? How do you get someone to nap, or how do you get them to try napping? You can't just wave a watch like an asshole. No one wants you to. No one wants to quack or bark against their control. 10,000 hours, I guess. Alright, that's what I'm working on right now.
Alright, a joke about hypnosis, and everybody in the room got very, very sleepy. So it actually made sense if you add that part to it and not do any of the beginning stuff again. Cut out that 50 seconds that you just did. Just add the part. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, you talked about hypnosis and how they would practice. There's really not much. How long have you been doing stand-up, Mike?
5 years.
Wow, look at you. Interesting. Where are you from?
Chicago.
Nice. How long have you been here?
2 months.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah. So, a month that has everyone now.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, I like the idea of, like, how do you train hypnosis? You know, like, do you start off with just waving in somebody's face real close? Or, you like, there might be something there, like...
How many stopwatches do you have to go through?
Yeah.
How many drugs do you have to actually use at the beginning before you...
Right, how many roofies do you slip in
before the placebo effect?
Here, drink a little bit of this.
What is the idea of the setup, though? Were you really a magician? Did you really do all that? Or?
Yeah, I love that. And it's, in my mind, it's like, oh, protection of getting into a weird new thing. I just talk about myself from an expert.
Yeah,
and then, but I like the idea of, like, a lot of getting people to nap against their will so I can get them to bark later.
Yeah.
Do you have bits about you doing magic and being a magician at some point?
I have a short story about a magician who kills himself.
Oh, that sounds fun. How long did you do magic for? Did you do magic? Okay. How long did you do it for?
I did it for like 6 years.
Are you still doing it? Do you go to the Comedy and Magic Club up there now?
I want to go there. I don't do magic.
You haven't been there yet?
Can you do any magic for us right now?
I had like some rubber bands I can separate them.
Okay, cards maybe? Can you do anything with
Rubber bands?
Cards, rubber bands?
He keeps rubber bands around his condoms, so. Thank you.
To keep their hair out of their face.
He's got a good beard going on there. Huh?
Yeah, it is. It's very sturdy.
He goes for the heavy mustache with the beard. I like that look. It's a good look.
It's very well trimmed.
Very, like, Stone, Arizona.
Yeah, it is.
He's like Wyatt Earp and Paul Simon.
Totally.
Wait, so you trim a different length on your when you have your
I have what's
mustache?
called the natural with the integrated mustache, right, man?
Oh, you guys and your testosterone.
And, I keep the mustache from growing over the lip, but I let the rest grow as it wants.
Okay, yeah, I do. I cut the lip.
Yeah, I let it.
Yeah, pretty lips, both of us.
Yeah, I do. They're full on.
Fuck, do I grow a fucking beard?
Oh, they have it by now, bro.
It's just one of those things where it's like, how could this possibly be? And I'm still waiting for it. I'm 29 now, but I still think about it. It's like, what the fuck happened?
If you rub
How
your
the fuck? I can do so many things.
If you rub your face on my ass crack, it will probably grow it within 2 days.
Brian.
To rub up and down.
I would expect that from the Patriot, Brian.
The Patriots.
I heard you describe it on the Ice House Chronicles, and you say it grows out, it just grows out in patches.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's very interesting that that happens.
You don't want to be hairy, man. You don't want to be hairy. Because, I mean, Freddie looks like he's lucky he's not too hairy, like, on the back and in the chest or anything. But usually if you're hairy up in the face, you're usually hairy everywhere. And the older you get, it starts going everywhere. I saw ear hair the other day.
I got lots of hair.
Oh, yeah. Your arms are... Because you were like...
Oh, this guy's about to butt fuck you, bro.
Oh, no.
It's like when he says, I keep the hand.
Can't wear a
down a little bit.
Keep it going for Mike Glazer.
I like my good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Keep rocking, man.
There you go.
He's on Twitter at GlazerBoohoohoo. We're now going to move on to our final portion of the show. As always, we have two regular, very funny ladies who do a minute each every single week since the inception. Put your hands together for, as always, your first of the two, the one and only Sarah Mustajabi.
I was getting ready to go out on a day last week, and I realized I was spending entirely too much time trying to pick out a pair of panties. You guys don't fucking care. You don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. This guy's about to spend $19 on a couple Big Macs and a pack of Seamus for what? A fucking pair of panties? I don't think so. It's not about that. Guys, unfortunately, don't have it that easy. It's a little creepier with you guys, depending on where you wear the little white paper envelope. Please don't bring that out. That's terrifying. Or the plaid boxers. No one wants to fight a fortress of plaid fabric to get to a dick. That's not good. Just maybe throw in some boxer briefs and call it a day. Make it easy for everybody. Make it less creepy. That's all I got, you guys.
There she is, Sarah Mustajabi. The underwear stuff. That's interesting. Yeah.
What was the first part? Like, guys don't spend... What was the first part?
The first part is talking about I spend way too much. I was like literally last week like trying to pick out underwear, and I don't know why because it doesn't fucking matter. Like why would I even?
Well, did you wear that underwear or on purpose, or is that just the most beautiful vagina I've ever seen in my life?
Wow. I mean, you are really fucking rocking it.
Wow.
Holy shit.
What are you talking?
You don't want to wear pants when you're performing on a stage that. I mean,
It's like
I promise you can clearly see it.
It's sucking in right now.
It's blatant. It looks like.
No.
Yes. Patriot, I'm pretty sure that you wished it to come true. Yeah, it's a camel toe would be a light way of putting it. It's more of a camel's hoof. There's like multiple toes, and it's basically almost a camel's arm.
It's not offensive though. I'm not offended at
Oh
all.
no, not at all. It's fine,
I'm
but
quite captivated.
it's fine and it's great, but it's definitely not professional. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't want to. Nobody's gonna.
It's hypnotic, though.
It is.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Is that when you're doing stand-up, you don't want people daydreaming at your vagina. I mean, guys are gonna stare at that, and chicks are gonna hate you because.
That's what you're talking about underwear. Is what I'm saying.
It's like a really interesting pair of pants that you're wearing because not only does it accentuate the camel toe, but the front is almost completely missing.
Yeah.
Of these pants.
Sexy as fuck.
She's super fucking cute, and that's what takes it.
Of course, but I'm just saying those pants make it look like she got raped by Freddy Krueger. They're cut up. I mean, it's adorable, but we've talked about this before. Like, you know, I mean, if you're as far as doing stand-up, you gotta dress the part in some way, and that's definitely that's the last thing that anyone who I know that's succeeding on the female end of doing stand-up. What was that one?
Let's get a picture now.
Yeah, Jerk Off City. But yeah, it's not a professional pair of pants. I would work on the pants. I really didn't notice that.
Very
So,
It is. I mean, it's very like I would say about damn, that shit's sexy as fuck, and I wouldn't even think taking what you're talking about.
totally. You got to dress the part.
Yeah.
You got to almost. You got to almost. Yeah. You got to almost dress like a boy to do stand up.
Yeah.
Here she is, Sarah Mustajabi. We got to fly, baby.
And you can go both ways. If Brady were up here wearing a thong, it would be hard. The girls would not listen. They would look at his fucking.
Right. If I was wearing those pants, I'd be in big trouble.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for your next comedian. As always, the one and only Kimberly Condon.
Hey there. My mom thinks I'm immature. She called me the other day and she's like, Kimberly, you don't know anything. You don't know what's happening in the world. You need to grow up. I'm like, Mom, I watch the news and I'm not immature. There are some really serious things happening. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. She's like, that's not funny. I'm like, okay, Mom. I know what's going on. Like, CBS and Time Warner had that little battle, right? They had a month-long blackout. Did you know that? Big deal. I did that my freshman year of college. She's like, you're so immature. You don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, I might be immature, but you have a really big problem with Jewish people, so I'm going to get off the phone. That's it.
Always good. Short, sweet, thunderous jokes. You've packed them into one format of which you're talking to your mom. It's an easy outlet to unload those 3 topical jokes. While the only thing I would add to it is acknowledge that your mom is Puerto Rican. Right, I would acknowledge that from the top, that it's always interesting listening to your mom, because then that'll make that pop a little bit, because people are like, well, it's just a little, normally I say trim stuff and make jokes shorter, but with that, it's just to throw that in there on that front end so that people aren't surprised when they hear a stronger accent. But other than that, that's very impressive. You're killing it, Kimberly, every week with a new minute, and great job to both you and Sarah Dresses.
And good job on covering your vagina up so I can't see it also.
Here she goes. Freddie, anything you want to promote?
I'm on Twitter now.
Oh, really?
Well, actually, I've been for a while. Freddie Lockhart on Twitter.
Awesome. Freddie Lockhart on Twitter.
My podcast on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. until we're up. And then
that's what's good.
That's what's good. But most importantly, find me on PlayStation 3 if you think you're the shit of Call of Duty Black Ops. I will fuck you up, son. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. I will drive by, shoot, pepper your ass up like it's nobody's business. And don't try to be my friend on the online world. Very nice guy in real life, but I will shoot you in your face online. My name is Mr. Majestic, which is a Charles Bronson movie. Look it up, because that's who I am. It's Mr. fucking Majestic. 187 on PlayStation 3. Thank you very much. And the champ. The fucking champ. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this.
Definitely. It was a pleasure to have you. Please keep that fantasy football belt nice and clean, because I'll be taking it from you in just 2 months.
Oh, you want to be my hype man? Carry it around for me? That's awesome.
No,
it's awesome. I figured with the show, you're so busy.
I actually open up against you on Sunday.
Oh, good luck to you.
Yeah, the Dead Kid Timmy versus the Hinchcliffe winners this Sunday in fantasy football. Comic Patriot is at Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's the Iron Patriot here. He's one of the coolest guys in the world. At Red Band, at Tony Hinchcliffe. We're going to Phoenix.
The 26th, Thursday, will be at Stand Up Live at standuplive.com. The following day will be in Ohio with Tom Segura and Christina Brzezinski. Go to despot.tv. Guys, thanks a lot.
I'm in Winnipeg the 12th and the 13th. Thank you.
Holy shit, I'm in La Jolla next weekend, sorry.
Music played on people's side.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Welcome. How are you guys doing tonight? Holy shit. There's a big crowd here tonight. A shout out to the Death Squad fans that are out here. Hey guys, how are you? Welcome.
There's a plethora of them.
My homeboy, J.R. Steiner, is wearing the greatest t-shirt I've ever seen in my entire... J.R., will you come up here real quick and show this thing off?
Yeah, it's badass. But there's controversy about it, but it's badass. Oh, yeah.
Look at this fucking Kill Tony shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please?
So, since discovering the Joe Rogan podcast and with Brian's help, we've created like this little community we call Death Squad. Can I raise this one?
Hell yeah, you can.
And there's like 8 of us here right now, and we flew from all over the country. And so what I wanted to do was get some shirts together for us. So I came up with this idea. Like the Iron Patriot thing is definitely like a, you know, it's like a thing only the fans will get. You know what I mean? So I wanted to surprise these guys. So yeah, here's a shirt. We'll never actually be able to sell it because of copywriting, but this is it, man. So we fucking love you guys. Kill Tony, man.
Thank you so much, man. Put your hands together for J.R. Steiner and the Death Squad Nation, everybody.
What we should do real quick, though, is stay up on stage real quick because let's introduce the Iron Patriot because there is controversy about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Patriot is here, everyone.
Like you say, there's a million new ways to die.
That's one of his...
I am the Iron Patriot.
That's one of his many catchphrases. Patriot, you have any new catchphrases this week?
Just between me and you, here's my little secret. The bad guy always wins. Me killing you is just perfect symbolism for the times.
Yes. Wow, that's a long catchphrase.
Tony.
Yep.
I'm happy that JR took the time to make the t-shirt, but something's bothering me.
Oh, what's bothering you, Patriot? Is it the fact that JR is somewhat blonde?
No.
Hey, what do you call them last week? Female brothers?
No, you know I don't like the Iron Patriot in the movies. I don't like the Don Cheadle, the War Machine. I'm Norman Osborn, the one that fought against Green Goblin. I'm the comic book Iron Patriot.
It's the thought that counts, though, right?
Yeah, oh, I love it. I love that you did it.
I could have put anybody on the shirt. I could have put anybody.
Photoshop of me, maybe we won't get a copyright thing because I don't look exactly like anything. Really, I'm like the comic book, but not the movie.
Sorry, I didn't get it right.
But I did my best. It's beautiful, but it's just that kind of strikes a chord with me because I talked with Tony about that before. He knows how I feel about that.
Patriot, what's the difference exactly in the logistics between the comic book Patriot and the Patriot that's on the shirt?
There's this whole great story of how it's Norman Osborn that fought against, and he was Green Goblin, he fought against Spider-Man.
But why does anybody care who's underneath the suit?
But they had to change the story because in the movies, the people, different people own the rights. The Marvel owns the movie rights, and the different people.
What the fuck are you talking about right now, Patriot? What are you?
I get it, Tony. I get it.
Jesus. You get what he's saying?
I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate him. He's doing a great job.
Hey,
that's
three episodes ago, you started getting real Hollywood on us.
Iron Patriot, do you remember the old Tom and Jerry when it used to be awesome, and then they made that new Tom and Jerry that everyone looked really weird on it?
Yeah.
Is it like the same thing to you?
Yeah, it's just when they change a story that you're so passionate about. See, I didn't even know they were going to have it in the movie till like a year ago. You know, they came out that with pictures that the Iron Patriot was going to be in the movie. Before that, the guy that made the costume for me, we didn't even know it was going to be in Iron Man 3. And then it was kind of a shock when we saw they changed the story up because we were so in love with the story. So
who was in love with this story?
The guy that sculpted the costume in Norway, my friend John.
Where's that Hollywood bear at?
That comes. We have people run the light.
I was saying to JR, I would like to maybe somebody in the crowd maybe get a shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we do like a contest? Like maybe trivia? Can you think of a quick trivia?
Wait, I thought there was only one shirt and that it was from me.
No, I brought like 12 of them.
Did you really?
And there's only 8 claims, so if you want to do like a quick trivia?
Loser.
Oh, well,
where the hell did that come from? Ghost? A 13-year-old ghost?
Do you have mine? You want to give it to me? Because I want to put it over here so I have it.
All right, like you're going to possibly be able to keep an eye on a shirt that's sitting next to you.
Can I put it over here by Kimberly? I want to see if just put it there and then I'll grab it.
Kimberly will steal it, rip it up, and make it sexy.
She needs her own shirt.
Oh, my God.
Let me see what size it is. Let me see if you got the right size.
Are you going to wear it over your suit? Or?
No.
No, and stretch it out. Those sweet ass.
Can you hold that up? I want to see how big it is.
Hey, why don't we take care of this after the show?
Also, I brought Tony's new stickers. They're really shiny golden points from one of their shoes. Flamboyant.
Like everything of
There's no
me,
camera,
it's extremely flamboyant.
Yeah, it's really it's super shiny. So if you guys want stickers on Ron shit, just come up to me.
That is so fucking cool.
Everybody says about me. I have unfortunately here, so
J.R. Steiner, everybody, powering the merch of greats like Tony Hinchcliffe, Joey Diaz, and Brody Stevens. A great soul. But yeah, Patriots gonna
Put that over there and send it here.
the best is when he just gets real.
we need to get him one of those fanny packs.
I used to have one with my own costume before I got this. I actually had a red fanny pack, a colonial red.
I do not find that hard to believe at all. I can picture a red fanny pack on that thing. Now it seems like it's getting a little dusty. Do you polish that ever? Or?
I told you it's kind of dirty, but you know what? I think it's good that the white's dirty because in the pictures my eyes wouldn't really show up if the white was too bright all over. I really think it's designed for pictures. Because if you look at me in the pictures, my eyes kind of have a different white than the face. If the chest and everything was too bright, you wouldn't see my lights. I mean, maybe I'm just trying to rationalize, but I really think that's true.
I think you're trying to rationalize it.
Tony, you see my pictures, they look good.
He does. He looks
What
good.
pictures are we talking about?
He got pictures on Instagram and Twitter. What he's saying, they look pretty
Yeah, a lot of
badass.
pictures.
And the dirt is actually a good contrast between the lights and the eyes.
Red bands get what I'm saying.
I dig you, bro.
Why don't you guys go bot fuck somewhere already? Fuck yeah, Patriot. Anything else exciting happened this week? Did you smoke any pot or anything? Any deep thoughts with the Patriot?
Yeah, I was on Criminal Minds, and I was in the 16th century as like a Salem witch thing in Massachusetts. And they dressed me in 16th century clothing and made me real dirty. They even made my teeth yellow. I didn't like it.
Oh, for the show.
I have no problem keeping my teeth white when I've been putting that shit on there.
What did they use to make it yellow?
Just, I don't know. It tastes weird, too. I try to tell them that I don't need it, but they put it on there. There were some cute girls, though, dressed in that 16th century clothing. There really were.
Were their feet exposed?
No, but I saw their cute faces and everything. And I can imagine.
What'd you think of your girl, Miley, twerking?
I like to watch her twerk, but, I told you the story when I was on Hannah Montana. She don't have nice feet. It shocked me, too. I know. I couldn't believe it either, Tony. I couldn't believe it. She got such a cute face.
Have you seen that new video that was released?
You know there's some bad grammar in that video?
Which one?
You know how she says, we run things, things don't run we? That's not correct grammar. It should be we run things, things don't run us.
It's got your left arm twitching, I noticed quite a bit.
I gotta stop doing that, Tony. That's what my mom says. I always twitch my arm.
Gotta be fucking shitting me.
You keep telling me when I do that, because I gotta correct that. It's a bad habit. I can't do that anymore. I'm a superhero. I can't be living like a twitcher.
But can we just say, honestly, as a robot, it works. It looks like you're kind of like, redoing something or...
Yeah, but I don't want to look like I have Parkinson's disease or something.
Yeah, I always wondered if it was part of your, robotic type of... I always wondered if it was the suit or something, but now that you've admitted that your mom's always told you that you need to control your arm twitching,
yeah,
I think it adds a great element because it makes you so human in a way.
Yeah. Hey, Tony, can I ask you about that roast? I was watching that roast on Comedy Central.
Yes.
It was very hard to watch it because they keep showing this movie Neighbors over and over, about 20 times. Did you see that?
What do you mean it was hard to watch?
I'm saying, I was watching all my clips of my favorite comedians, Jeff Ross and Sarah Silverman. How do they distribute those jokes? You write those jokes. How do they determine which one of your jokes go to which comedian and stuff?
That's a very interesting, long process. A lot of it has to do with the comedians coming up with their own sort of take on the situation, what they want to get through that night. A lot of them write it themselves. A lot of them write it with us in a room. Sometimes we write them in a room and just write these crazy fucking jokes that turn into, everybody knows a great one when they see it. So then sometimes they just, we just deal them out accordingly. But it's an interesting, different type of process that never has a rhyme or reason. But good question.
Appreciate hearing that behind the scenes.
Well, you asked me, so you really didn't give me much of a choice.
Yes. Yes, I was interested in that talk. I'd like to thank you guys. People are watching the Dirty Crabber videos on YouTube now.
Oh, they are? The heads up?
Comments. They're saying they're all Death Squad fans. They're saying Iron Patriot.
Now, do you still talk to all the Crabbers?
I've been in contact with them the last couple of weeks because I've been telling them to watch this show I'm on that they're really featuring Dirty Crabber.
Did you have a fallout with one of them?
No, not really. I mean, the guitar player in Dallas, I still know him. The saxophone player lives there. I got him. The drummer lives in Las Vegas. So, I keep in contact with him pretty good.
So,
and I got a girl that lives in Hollywood that wanted to see me review one of my dancer girls.
Wait, what are they called?
The Seafood Review.
How many girls were there?
I had 8 different girls that danced with me at different times.
Did you bring one of the girls to a show one time?
Yeah, I've been trying to work on that. One girl I want to bring that she wants money.
Like, are we talking $10, $20?
I don't know, but I just told her we're all working for free to try to build this show up. Nobody's getting paid yet. And then the other girl, she wants to bring her young daughter to dance with her, and this club's 21. The real Seafood Review, she has a daughter.
So you've talked with the other Dirty Crabber members?
Yeah, they're feeling the feeling like it can come back, we can bring it back. Dirty Crabber in 2013.
When he gets excited, it's when he punches.
Yeah.
I feel good about my career, Tony. I think I'm going to have a house in Malibu.
Oh, we can tell. Look at that left arm go.
Yeah.
Can you say you think you're going to have a house in Malibu again?
Yes. I'll be living next to Robert Downey.
Oh, and that would be like a perfect Iron Patriot, Iron Man type of thing. Now I'm trying to get him excited so that he does it again.
That's not all, Tony. I'm thinking about running for president in 2016.
Whoa.
The country needs me right now. We need a change.
What would be your main platform?
Protect the meat.
Fuck yeah, Patriot.
Who's your vice president, Dr. Scholes?
No more ideas, no more of that crazy shit that makes the bunions and hurts the meat. Protect the meat.
Oh, you are one excited little patriot tonight, aren't you?
Just the flat. I have to thank you guys. You guys are the ones that made this all happen for me, and I don't say enough to you, Tony and Redman. Thank you very much for this.
Well, we're happy to have you, Patriot. You excited about our guests tonight?
Yeah. I saw them both on the Really Hunter show. Bring them up.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready to get this thing started or what? My guests tonight, 2 guys, literally 2 of the smartest, funniest, most awesome people that I know. These guys are unbelievable, and it's an absolute miracle that I'm such a badass motherfucker that I'm able to get these 2 guys on my show at the same time. So, what do you say we just bring them up? Put your hands together for this guy. He has his own amazing